Ever since me get younger, me fighting me get stronger. Now me family you eat like sweet, but me no Willy Wonka. Me charge up like Blanca, touching me hair longer. Even when we dead, them wish me back and now me come back stronger. My God, it's on for me. Flip off, flip and slip, them say can't touch me. Me even have haters in my family, but the pussy can't beat me, so that might be trying me. I come to the style and comfy find me, but me no wanna fucking hit up behind me. And the piece of make it me can go beside me. But the dogs all out and it's just like a horsey. Said I'm gonna rock this mother from another mother who the fuck is that around? Oh, grandmother, mother, I am a man. This pussy still standing, see if you'll stand up for special deal candy. And they wish me back already to defeat the cheater and never. There's a brother from another bad. This one's where he fly things for NASA. It's been a million that makes me faster. Right after that, we break him fucking back up. Then the cheetah kill the right after. But a disaster. So what you say? Cause I'm a saying too. And you can scream out, y'all walk coming afraid of you. I don't get attack. I'm just kissing till it's black and blue. Spirit is the bomb. And my son, you got the chew. I got you the truth. Tell you ready, give you punch. And the lead. The only way to stand a chance is turn into a creature. After we defeat ya, pussy will leave ya. Don't come back till you're ready to fight. Freeze up, freeze up, freeze up. I'm about kicking you for it. And I'm in business in about it. You were for it. Left of them, I move like the Illuminati for it. He can pussies by the girls screaming, they get what? Not as many because these fools are like dirty. Watch this up, you wanna bend and do 630. Our big man fi go on so flirty. So dirty, but he got dirty. You lost this easy by too early. But you are right by without the hurry. You look smooth, look like I just heard it. Red beam out of your eyes. Still hotter than the flames from other mics. This pussy thinking that he cooler than ice. But I feel them nice until them ice. The truth is there. I got my eatings. Every shot, telling me karate and a joke. Me not chicken. No, better than you. You not chicken. It's a true, I say, it's a serious. Oh, yeah. Can't hold it, can't hold it, God.
I was on Vita. Can I come along for this one?
Every time you're ready, you say, go ahead, myself.
You will beat them up for next to how long? I was time for the music to drive on.
Beat them up, pop them up.
We are rock steady.
Pop them up. Ready for this, but I hate to decline. Welcome the future, my super red line.
You can really have to see for your crime.
What I mean? Never mind. Wait, what the f*** is that? Just like Pokemon. That's racist. Beat the princess up.
You're dumb or racist. Then I should beat them up before we come laces. Before we let you try your shoes.
Press a record, watch a movie. Like the pussy is like the come you choose. Super Saiyan level 2. Now they don't know what to do. Super Saiyan level 3. Look like they about to pee. Also me the wicked solo. Just me, myself, me raw dolo. They want me ring on me head, must be fraud. Just straight myself, beat them like yo-yo. For me not done yet. Yo-yo, 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 yo-yo.
Let's cross that bridge.
Welcome again. And hello to all that will listen or catch the replay of this stream. As you know, on the chat room, you'll see the information needed. If you're so inclined, please like the stream and also share it if you so please do. This is now season 3 of Chaos Reign channel. I am Chaos Reign here. This is now, I will say, roughly 2 years now since doing content on YouTube. One thing I've noticed and I've learned for the few years doing this, that this is not no easy thing doing content on video podcasting we call YouTube. I think the journey is still a journey nonetheless to find and to stick my niche into this. But I welcome the challenge nonetheless. And like many of y'all are here for the journey as well. There are many new things that I'm going to plan to bring out on Chaos Reign of this year. One of the focus is I'm probably going to mix up a little bit. I might get a little bit more X-rated. And I might still do the uploads of other shows I've done on another stream on here. And the days that is going to be marked now is because I'm catching up right now because of what happened last year. The new streams that I do on our platform will be uploaded and sent out on a Friday evening. All the other ones that I'm backing up, I probably will do that and send any other material that you might not caught that I've done in 2020. That will be present on Monday evenings, I believe. So that is pretty much the rundown of Chaos Reign for now. And one thing I am going to probably do is I'm going to have a female on my side, depending how this goes. So you're going to see a woman by my side, and we're going to talk about certain subjects. I think that the goal here, move forward on this channel, is I'm going to be a little bit more diverse, a little bit. If any woman wants to, partner pair with me on Chaos Reign, I'm willing to hear and have you aboard. We do content together. So this is the calling for any woman that is interested. If you want more information, please leave a comment on this video. I will send you the email personally. My email, so we could chat up. Also, season 2 is now going to be soon available on Anchor Podcasts. I'm just now going to synthesize all the recent shows on here, and now I'm going to start importing season 2 on Anchor. So for those that is not familiar with just the video, some partial videos on this channel, you'll catch all of season 2 on Anchor as well. So for those don't know or have not known, I have content not only on here, but also on audio podcasts as well. So I'm pretty much spreading out, as you can see it, move forward. And it's a good thing. I think this is going to be the direction I already taken, and for anybody else, they should take this direction as well. Right now with YouTube, as we see, we don't know what's the certainty of this for many content creators. I feel there's not going to be a mass exodus right now, but I think they're going to push out the average content creator off of here, and people are going to have to find other outlets to put out their content. Those that survive are going to probably have that base audience, and those that's just trying to get their feet wet or are so-called struggling, because all of us, because we don't all have over 100K more subscribers on YouTube. So under 100K, you are a struggle channel, regardless how people view that. Some people might have 50, 60, 80. If you're not touching that 100K threshold, in my mind, this is me now, YouTube doesn't really recognize and don't respect that. Sorry to tell y'all people. You think that you have anything less than 100K, that they're looking at that, they're not. You're sadly mistaken. If you look at the average person that do content on YouTube, you look at this regular channels, most people are pushing 100Ks to 1 million subs with so many watch time. So if you're starting this journey, you got a long way to go. So you know right now. And so that will be the layout for 2021. So what I'm gonna do now, go and bring my friend and my partner in crime. And one thing I might start doing, depending if there are more people on here commenting or watching regular live streams, I will start modding people up. But you have to ask if you want to be mod. I will look over and I'll keep it in consideration, depending how often you're on this channel. Cause I don't really broadcast live on this channel like I did last year. I had to see how more dedicated you are to Chaos Reign channel before I'm considering giving you a tool, or what they call it, the wrench. So let me put the word out. Let me see what's going on. I'm just checking this chat room now. I'm just checking my messages right now. This is some weirdness. before I begin. All right, I don't see nothing right now, so. There's a lot of activity going on today. But anywho, as y'all knows what's going on right now, look, I have certain things on my mind, but it seemed to me something's going on here in America, particularly in Washington, D.C. A lot of unusual activity. Now, I'm probably going to, let me see if I can share this for y'all to look at. And this is going to be a brief share. I ain't going to play the sound because y'all can read it for yourself. As you can tell right here, this is what's going on right now. You see this? Now, the reason why I'm not playing audio because, well, reasons. But it seemed to me now because a lot of people are engaged in very much violent activities because we have a new president, from what I'm viewing right now, that a lot of non-Black people are very much frustrated. A lot of Caucasian men and women, particularly men, are up there storming to hope that this great administration, this democracy, which I think undoubtedly this is considered a republic, but I digress, are out here now trying to fight, scramble, and have this system overtake and overrule their decision that last time I checked, the American people have made the decision to put Mr. Biden and Miss Harris, in office. So it seemed to me that these Caucasoids are not happy at all, especially men, and they got taken to violent or what they call mercenary acts to get their way. But anyway, let me bring up my one half of the main man of the great liberator himself, Mary Browner. What's good, Mary?
What's good, man? What's going on?
I'm good. Yeah. Yes, Mary. I noticed there's a lot of activity today that just happened. A lot of abruption, a lot of ruckus, a lot of chaos, real chaos. Now, as you know, I'm named Chaos Rain, and I have not said I was going to be very chaotic on my channel. That might change this season. We shall see. But nonetheless, we find that the American people, Caucasians, males and females, especially the males, are very much in their feelings that now they have to take onto the streets and go as far as go in violent means to have this nation that they said is great to overturn and keep the one they named Donald J. Trump in office for another 4 years. And here's the funny thing of all this. Why hasn't Donald Trump have come in public right now telling people to calm down? That's the question we should be asking.
Well, he did issue a tweet, calling for it's not gonna work, bub. This is not gonna work. This is a iPhone charger. I want the other one, the long one that we use for the laptop. Yeah, but like I was saying, he did call for a calm and peace and civility, but
a tweet. People out there working in the state, the capital. Let me show y'all what's going on. Well, this was already film ready. I'm only going to share this briefly so y'all can see this. And while people waiting, please, if you're so kind, like these video and all that stuff, let me show you a little highlight. Y'all see this? Oh, not bad. Let me make it bigger. Hold on. Where's my? Where is it? Can I make this bigger? I don't know if I could. Shit.
Got to get it.
They barge right in.
Mhm.
And that's it. From what y'all seen, they barged right in there. They already broke down the barricades. They're running and rushing in there. Now, mind you, the police ain't gonna do nothing right now because the camera's on them. Well, wait until the lights are turned off. Turn off the lights and let's get closer. You're gonna see them guns come out. You're gonna see them batons come out. You're gonna see that tear gas, that extra viper spray, what they call pepper spray, in your face.
Right.
But like I said, black people, as you know, they're not really getting to that. I don't see much black people. They're smart, to a degree. But like you said earlier, Amiri, when white people want to get their way, they know what to do to get a reaction. Negroes, scared like flies. They're going to sit comfortably. And it really reveals if they're really, if like what you told me before about these labels black people want to call themselves. I see you're not really conservative. You're not this and that. Because you have to do things. And it's obvious, most of our people are not going to want to do what it takes, to get actual change, regardless if you don't have the numbers or not. These Caucasian males, they know what it is and time it is, unfortunately. And from what we've seen, they don't take the same aggressive manner like they'll do to non-white people. I saw a picture of a BLM, Black Lives Matter, I think that's what they call it, when they were doing the protest. You see them suited, booted up. But when it comes to these people, oh no, you don't see that. They're dealing with the National Guard and the military, nonetheless, but they're not going to display that.
But no, see what it is the reason why they get a different response than what BLM gets, because let's make the distinction. BLM is not synonymous with black people, even though it has black in its title as its moniker, but it's not synonymous with black people. Most of the rioters at those BLM protests are white people. These are white liberals and Antifa and other left-leaning groups. The reason why right-wing radicals or extremists or these Trump supporters get the response that they get from the police is because of the threat or the specter of mutually assured destruction is a powerful tool for control, even controlling those in power. You see what I'm saying? Like, they know that these people are much more well armed and organized and ready to die for what they're saying, as opposed to the left and this liberal coalition that uses and misappropriates Dr. King's nonviolent resistance strategy. You see what I'm saying? Like, they know if they bust their gun, those folks are going to bust their gun. So yeah, you're gonna take some of them out, but you're going to lose some too. So the threat of mutually assured destruction is why they're much less likely to respond to those people with violence, because they're armed and they're ready to shoot their arms and they train to shoot their arms. Niggas, black folks, what we do is we so long as we can have nigger trinkets, so long as we can floss and stunt, so long as we can make ourselves appear larger than life on social media and engage in coitus and have pleasure in sex, we don't care. We don't care about nothing else. See, there's a difference. See, there's an entire difference when you start talking about the value system between black folks and white folks, particularly white men and black men. See, they've been training for this for a long time, and the government knows that. The government knows that. Like if you look and you watch any footage of, for example, the massacre in Tiananmen Square in China, whenever you see the government use military to stamp out dissidents, it's oftentimes when those dissidents are unarmed. You'll see a dissident throwing a rock at somebody who got a goddamn tank or a bazooka. So that's why they respond the way they respond. But if those dissidents are armed, then you no longer have a protest, you have an insurrection. And that's what you saw in Iraq and Afghanistan. People that dissidents, once they become organized and funded and have armament, they're no longer dissidents. Now they're insurrectionists. Now you have a real problem on your hand. Now you have a long, protracted struggle, which is what revolution is supposed to be. So that's why they get the response they get. It's not because they're white. This government will the government will stamp them out too if they come down to it. They will. They did it with the Clive and Bundy gang when they killed some of the Clive and Bundy gang. Now they didn't do it when they had to stand off with them. They got them later. But when they know that these white boys got these guns and they know how to shoot their guns and they will shoot their guns, they're going to be less likely to take an aggressive posture because they know that you're looking at the specter of mutually assured destruction. Mm-hmm. You're looking at the specter of absolute war or total war, which is something that the country cannot afford.
Yeah.
So it's not merely white supremacy or white privilege. This is the psychological impediments that exist in the Negro mind. So in order to assuage himself from his own cowardice and his own ineptitude and his own inaction. Mm-hmm. That's really what it is. Mm-hmm. Now, am I advocating for violence? No, what I'm advocating for is for by any means necessary mentality. And that's the type of mentality you see those Trump supporters at the Capitol displaying right now. See, because whether we want to acknowledge it or not, the country is no longer yours. You're no longer dealing with a government that is of, for, and by the people. You're dealing with a government that has been co-opted by the international banking cartel and by globalists and capitalists.
Even the big head people, small family that organize.
Right. And this is what you see these white people. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what you see the white people responding to. This is what you see. See, we want to just make it like it's just white supremacy. And as I've explained or tried to explain to niggas, white supremacy is not the only evil out there. It's not the greatest evil out there. That's where I disagree with some of the venerated scholars that we venerate from that time when they were doing what they were doing, when they were saying what they were saying. That was a different time. They weren't privy to the information that we're privy to now. You're moving toward globalism, multiculturalism, multi-ethnic societies and diversity and these other things. But the larger point is that the control will still rest in the hand of a small few, the oligarchs and the plutocrats. That's the real issue. That's the real threat. And that's what you see why people having a visceral reaction to. White supremacy was always just a psyop against them. They created white identity to control European settlers. They didn't create whiteness to control you and I. They created it to control them. Yeah. And so now with the reality of that waning, and they're finding out that the psychological wage of white supremacy was as fiat as the currency. Now it's all shit now. See, this is what happened even under Reagan. When Reagan basically redistributed the wealth back to the top 1% with his voodoo economic model, trickle down economics, which we know doesn't work. So now you're living in a climate now where now the middle class is shrinking. And the middle class subsists off of credit, and the dollar isn't worth the paper that it's printed on. Some even posit that the gold in Fort Knox is no longer in Fort Knox. You don't have a currency that's backed up by the weight of anything other than the military might of American imperialism, which in and of itself is losing ground to Russia and China. Yeah. Yes. So there's a whole other host of issues here that you have to take into consideration. There are other evils out there besides white supremacy.
I see.
And we don't acknowledge that. We think everything is just is white supremacy. It's not. It's deeper than that. It's
And-
deeper than that.
And the funny thing, because people understand that for a small set of families and I tell people what good books to look at. I think The Rich and Super Rich. I gotta find the name of the book, but there's a lot of information and people are not aware of what we're talking about. This information is old. This is not new information. As you know from what we've seen, how America is now slowly crumbling. This is a result of really white male losing his shit.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
before we continue, let me open up. We have Cerulean Gray here. What's good, Cerulean?
What's up, Cerulean?
Hey, what's good, brothers?
That's good.
What's going on?
Yeah,
Cerulean, I had to snatch you up some way or other because I heard certain people talk about it, but I want some real actual men. We sit down and we really look at this in its totality of what we're witnessing. That something we could learn from this as black men. Unfortunately, a lot of black men don't want to hear that.
It's been 2 years now since I talked about how white society is imploding on itself and acting like cornered animals.
Yeah.
Last year, I did the Decline and Fall of American Empire by Robert Murray. Great American Trick Bag series. I've talked ad nauseum about foreign aid and how it's welfare, and how the most dangerous type of welfare is corporate welfare, and how the most dangerous entity in the United States is a rural Southern white man with a gun in one hand and the Bible in the other.
Oh yeah.
Whose benefits just got cut off.
Right, yeah.
And
reality got to kick in now. You got to compete like everybody else.
Exactly.
While on one side, you have the Black Lives Matter movement, which we've always known as a shell game, but the sentiment behind it is every bit as much valid as it would have been 150 years ago. You have this rise of public shaming by telling black folk you should stop acting like victims, that one of the ways to try to neutralize the institutional racism argument is by referring to it as a SJW, while you look at everything that the so-called far-right conservatives have been fighting for is nothing short of social justice warriors. Everything that has happened in the red pill community is nothing short of social justice. But you'll never hear them refer to that as SJW. Everything that
what does SJW mean? What does that mean?
Social justice warrior.
Oh, okay.
It's the new way they try to neutralize the race argument, because you have to be more abstract, and that's the new abstraction.
Right.
Instead of just, saying nigger, 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 now you're getting so abstract, or you say social justice warrior. See, that's the new abstraction. But they'll never refer to themselves as social justice warriors, even though that's what far-right conservatives real technically are. When you're talking about limited government, when you're talking about free trade, as we know in America, there is no free trade. If there were free trade, governments wouldn't bail out corporations. They would just let them fall flat on their faces, because that determines that the market has decided. A government wouldn't be borrowing money against its own taxpayer to prop up corporations that do bad business. Wouldn't prop up corporations to give them corporate welfare in the form of tax breaks, tax subsidies, or just all out borrow money. No one finds it interesting that The small business owner has to keep their doors closed, but the major corporations are allowed to keep theirs open. This is a way to wipe out competition. Now, if it was truly free market principles being employed here, you would just let the market decide. But in a pandemic such as COVID-19, undoubtedly people will have a tendency to stick with their community-based shopping sources as opposed to, say, a Walmart, which is why you see Walmart having the tremendous loss of revenue. And furthermore, the trade war with China did it no favors. And so we're having this massive shift where you have a sore loser. It'll be president for 4 years. Rile up the far right white extremist bloc. Tells them to stand back and stand by. And now you see what for. I mean, you have a guy that mobilized the United States military on domestic soil whenever a black man is unjustifiably murdered in cold blood in front of the world. And the justifiable rage that was paid in kind to the various cities and even countries. He got it in his mind to deploy the United States military. The United States military is sworn to protect the Constitution, not the president, not the White House, but the Constitution. And what I mean by Constitution, that means the rights of individuals within American society that are protected by these constitutionally granted rights. It's not there to protect individual servants of the state, such as presidents or senators. But nonetheless, he unilaterally made the decision to deploy these people on American soil. Called for a massive National Guard movement to quell the justifiable rage of American society. Because you have to remember the reaction to George Floyd, that was not one that was exclusively of black folk, even though justifiably it was our community that was most greatly affected. And yet, this sore loser loses the election. And he uses his celebrity status as a former president on his way out to orchestrate a coup d'etat on American soil, and yet he has not been arrested.
Yep, correct. And certainly,
for what, according to the Constitution, would be considered treason, high treason.
Certainly.
In fact,
the Democrats did the same thing. Democrats did the same thing though. With that, they from the very beginning they attempted to characterize Trump's election as illegitimate from the very beginning. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
And
this is just where American politics are at this point in time. Like everybody's a solo. They're both solo.
The Democrats being the politically correct soft bodies that they are, did not stage a coup on the White House
because they're scared.
Well, this is one thing that I have to say that I have to respect white people for. They're fully willing to sacrifice for everything that they believe in.
Correct. Yep. I agree with this too.
Exactly.
When I see it, you just have to respect it, and it's what I envision for black folk, because the way that they're acting is actually the way that we used to act towards this country.
Mm-hmm.
It's the way that we have historically mobilized against this country whenever there's a wrongdoing to our community. Somewhere post civil rights that got lost in the whirlwind of political correctness.
Yeah.
Being softer and kinder and nonviolent.
Yeah.
And what it has done, it has willed us into this absolute state of perpetual helplessness where is defanged the Negro. Is defanged the Negro to such extent to where instead of covering this, here we are, barely out of the first week of January, and you still have the derelict Negro male running around here with nothing better to talk about than a bitch that didn't choose him.
Right. It's the comfortability, man. They're comfortable. To see, that's how you make a slave of slave, is you make them comfortable, and these niggas is comfortable.
And you know what's so funny is that sometimes I think people think I be saying things just for effect. It's 4 years ago that I said that black people, especially black men in this country right now, are suffering the secondhand smoke of the white man's leisure.
Yeah.
And then you look at how apathetic this Negro is to his own plight. He'll run around here misquoting, taking Dr. Tommy Curry's work out of context all day.
Don't understand it.
Yeah, me and Amir were talking about that too. Yeah.
Just so he can be right about wanting to shit on this black woman.
Right.
Meanwhile, his very demographic is still getting murdered with impunity in the streets. You got Negroes running around here in a very suspicious manner, telling you that the way to a woman's heart is by putting on some flashy P. Diddy suit from the 90s.
Take that.
and telling women that they're gonna die alone.
And Cerulli, not to mention rejecting the very fundamentals of manhood, which is based on protection of women and children. There's no version of manhood that exists outside of that.
And that's the whole thing. Like that's the it's so funny because people have accused me of being a flip-flopper.
Right.
But A Man's Role was one of my entry videos in the YouTube.
What's the first one?
A Man's Role. It was actually the third video that I did.
Okay. Yeah. For those who are not familiar, you had to go to Cerulli Gray's channel. For those who's listening, the Gray Regime, to find out more about this videos. But continue, Cerulli.
I've been more than consistent. And that's why, at the end of last year, it took such a long hiatus. I was even contemplating even coming back because at this point, just like I said, my end of the year review is that eventually we got to get back to the business at hand. And I would not call on people to do things that's going to continue to weigh down their boat. Eventually, you're going to have to, cut the dead weight and go and protect you and yours, hunker down with you and yours. The videos are up. I came into it knowing full well that the videos that I was making were not really for that day or that time, but for a time whenever shit starts getting really bad and people start looking for actual solutions and not looking for the broad who didn't give them a pony in high school to accept them. The Great American Trick Bag series. We've defeated every single argument that has been put forth, whether it's by the far right extreme, whether it's by the red pillars, whether it's by the so-called conservatives, whether it's the ABLs who openly admitted that is grandmama busted it wide open for turkeys and toys. Every argument has been defeated. And yet, when I look into the space, just being motivated by the prospect of being able to shit on women, specifically black women, to put these bitches in their place, instead of still, resurrecting those old talking points. Now,
Yeah, it don't matter how much you defeat they point Cerulean, because they don't plan on doing nothing anyway. Like what you're saying doesn't have to be accurate when you don't plan on applying it. You know what I'm saying?
That way requires work, and because men throughout history are the only ones who have ever set down the foundations of society.
Mm-hmm.
Just because men throughout history are the only ones who's ever laid the foundations of vision for community and civilization.
Mm-hmm.
And you're telling you got one guy over here telling you you're a high value man if you make six figures. Well, who decided what six figures was?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Because last time I checked, the American banking system, otherwise known as Bretton Woods, aka the U.S. dollar, is on the decline.
Yep.
You've heard me talk about how what you're going to see in the future is massive mergers of major corporations. You just had the announcement of two major airlines about to merge. You got banks on the verge of merging.
Yep.
Yet again, another major merge. What does this do? This redistributes the wealth.
And not only that, but with the merger, that means now you see one nation slowly merging very quickly now. So what they do now with all these small businesses, that they intentionally cripple it and collapse them. Because they know we want the money to be consolidated into one area.
Well,
we can't.
If you look at COVID-19, the way that they're operating American economy under COVID-19, they're treating the American economy like a banana republic.
Okay.
We're gonna be down to, literally selling pieces of skin to make ends meet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's where America's at. I mean,
yeah.
What do you think it is whenever they borrow money from the Fed? That's credit.
Mm-hmm.
What happens when that debt comes due? Who has to pay it? You and I.
Yeah.
So you have all these different competing philosophies and ideologies that's not based on the reality that you're laying out. So at various segments of these spheres of conversation, you have to attempt to try and debunk the bullshit so you can get down to brass tacks and get something done. You see what I'm saying? Because even in what you just talked about with that, like how we owe the debt, you'll have to get some of these pro-blacks to see why they have a vested interest in what's going on in America. Like you can't afford to be apathetic, because whether you want to believe it or not, when they come for that debt, they coming to you too. They're not just gonna go to them white folks. They coming to you too.
It's not even the pro-blacks. What it is that these other groups that have been avoiding pro-blackness, they don't want that. To them, pro-blackness is this scourge that needs to be wiped out. The black is the true black conservative. I want my community black. I want the money that I spend to go to black business. I want the people in my community to look like me. I want my children to look like me. That's the true black conservative. Not the one that puts a foreign group of women up on a pedestal. It's basically saying that what this competing group of men are able to produce as far as women is better than what you're able to produce. So is you want to integrate into another man's society where you're literally going to be taking the submissive role in whatever relationship, because just because she's sleeping with you doesn't mean that she stops being a part of her community.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you know what though? Like even what you just said, you can't be a black conservative if you're not trying to conserve blackness. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Amiri, the question you asked, what are these dudes are conserving? I hear this word used loosely, and they're not conserving not a goddamn fucking thing.
What they're attempting to preserve and conserve is white male hegemony and patriarchy, and that's the very premise for the red pill movement, right? Like didn't it start with white men and they picked it up?
Is that these guys? It just goes to show you how low self-esteem the Negro has become, because he's moving based off of an illusion that America has sold them about what white male hegemony looks like.
That's true.
When the
I
average
said that earlier today.
doesn't really possess any of the traits of the imagery that is being proposed. You know, the average white male is not able to change his own reality, let alone anyone else's, which is why you see what you see happening in Washington.
Yep.
Why are these people raiding the White House? Because these are white people who are incapable of changing their own reality, so they use the one weapon that they know.
And it's violence, destruction, chaos. Yeah. The things that they did to really take hold of this country centuries ago.
And so in essence, what you have with the Negro red pillar is he's chasing the myth of white manhood.
Yep, and it's a myth. You know, that's the thing. It's a myth.
You know,
and they'll buy into that myth and repackage it and peddle it, even while they exist in a system that makes sure they can't live up to it. That sees them, like you mentioned, Dr. Tommy Curry's The Man Not, that myth of white manhood sees them inherently as lesser men. Inherently. Like the same way they think that sisters' place is beneath them. White society believes that white male power believes that your place is beneath them. The exact same way. The exact same way. It's the exact same thing. It's just filtered through race. And then the only reason why they'll cleave to certain points of Dr. Tommy Curry is because they understand his advocacy for black men, but even his advocacy in black men is still steeped in the construct of gender that gender studies and academia exist in. So if his points are valid, then on a certain level, the things that women have asserted about what white male power has meant to them is valid, but they don't want to acknowledge that, and this is why you have this inversion in gender war that you have in black society, because you're operating as a proxy for white male power and for white institutions and for white money. You haven't laid those things out for yourselves as men. And that's what I told them. You haven't.
And yet, you know, he would get it in his mind to criticize the black woman of all people, who really is under a deeper, a more strenuous burden, because whenever you're talking about fatherless homes, you're talking about leaderless families.
Mm-hmm.
And you're expecting them to basically do your job that, for the most part, you've abandoned.
Right.
You know, you're advocating against taking responsibility for your community. No other group of men do that. White men have done it, and those are the lower economic strata white men.
Right.
You know, the ones that they've been working all of their lives to be able to, take part in the great American trick bag, which is the white male hegemony. I want to work hard to get my right to be better than the best Negro,
Exactly.
And because they never, got that opportunity, as they're watching their white women basically flout around with every other group of men, that does something to the psyche.
Yeah. I agree.
Right. Yeah, that that white male fragility is something else, and his own insecurity in the fact that you have men out here who can please a woman better than he can. That's always been a powerful
Still
motivator for his micro and macro aggressions. Always has been.
and even still, the Negro male hasn't learned, even when crossing the boundaries of race with other race of women, he still hasn't learned how to walk in the dominant position. As we continue to see over and over again, when he goes outside of race, even whenever he goes to some dirty foot country, he takes a submissive role.
Yeah.
The proper way to employ race in sex politics is to always give the semblance that the other race is lower than your group of women or men.
Indeed.
You see, and that seems to be lost on most Negro males that advocate to let's go across the world to go get some bitch from a foreign land, even though she's been laid down by about 30,000 different incoming sex tourists. Go over there and then wife that up. Not even wife that up. Just go over there and treat that better than the group that I come from. Yeah. Spend their money with it, right? Spend their time with it. Won't marry, right? Won't marry it, even though for a good 20, 25 years, immigration has gone up a great deal just by the the low self-esteem of the Negro, because this woman in a foreign country is in an impoverished state, and even as a Negro in America, you're living a little bit above her, so she latches her wagon to you, right? You bring her to the United States, and now she's treating you worse than your own group of women. The ones that you complain about is that they're so manly and masculine, and they're not submissive. Yada 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 yada.
Yeah. We do have to shift the culture, and I think the conversation, that was always my my vision for what I was coming with and talking about. Because even with everything you said, I do agree. Like I told you, I always agree with what you were saying. I just knew it would be a hard sell, because of just where we are and how polarized we are as a community, and how we're so sectioned off from one another. But there is some meat on the bone with some of the things that that brothers in the red pill sphere talk about. But the thing I don't like when they talk about these issues, that anything that comes up in that conversation, it's automatically some type of pathology or indicative of Black people or Black women in the aggregate. But if we want to talk about the reality of Black men in the aggregate, now all of a sudden you're an individual. You're better than those niggas. That's not you. That's that's what I don't like. Then intellectually dishonest.
Well, I'm just waiting for them to blame the storming of the White House on the Black woman.
Bro, I swear, if any Negro says that, I'm done. Well,
Why these white people that stormed the White House because this black woman. Yeah.
All right.
these Negroes better not.
And see, and that goes back to what I was saying earlier too, about when you have no intention on applying what you're saying in the real world in a practical way, you don't have to worry about the accuracy of the information. The reason why I would say what I was saying in the beginning is not because I never understood the rough deal brothers could get or how it is dealing with sisters, how sisters can be, but it's because in everyday life, the reality is I just can't blame my problems or things that come up or things that arise or things that happen in the household on my wife, even if it is her fault. I don't have the luxury to sit there and talk about that or dwell on that. I have to find a solution. I have to find a way. I have to make ends meet. I have to maintain the household. And that's what I was telling them about the white man's burden. See, that's the burden of responsibility. See, in a lot of ways, and this can come off a certain type of way, but in a lot of ways, brothers are very privileged because they haven't had the responsibility of actually leading anything or running anything or being responsible for anything.
You look at it, most white men have been riding the wave of what their ancestors did, but don't want responsibility for any of the things their ancestors did.
That's true too.
Now you have the Negro, postmodern Negro.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to take credit for everything that our ancestors did.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want to take the same responsibilities our ancestors took to get us here.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah.
You see, when you really look at the civil rights era,
mm-hmm.
you're looking at something that was wholly influenced and inspired by the need to break our women away from an oppressive system.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's absolutely true. Women are. I remember I told that to Ramil. Women are merely proxies of power in a patriarchal setting because the worth of men and how you judge manhood is by its maintenance of women and children. So they don't necessarily. And see, this is how in a certain way, on certain levels, black men can be inoculated from certain realities that sisters have to deal with, the sisters have to live with, like how sisters would be targeted for rape, for example. They know, and they have a system that oppresses you. But if a white boy want to do something to you on a interpersonal level, a one-on-one level, or a one-on-one setting, he has to deal with the specter of getting his ass whooped. See, sisters don't have that because they're not as physically imposing. They're not as physically imposing as black men. So this is what they would do. They would use rape as a tool of social subordination and oppression. So we'll rape your women and you can't do anything about it. And I remember even when I was debunking Cynthia G, when she was trying to say that the civil rights movement was about black men having access to white women, when one of the key components of the civil rights movement was to get these rapist white men up off of sisters because they would rape them and they would have no legal recourse. That was one of the key components of the civil rights movement. But we'll never hear about that. And see, this is what happens when you have individuals who don't have the breadth of knowledge to understand these types of intricacies, speaking authoritatively in an echo chamber, in a vacuum, saying these things that they're saying that don't lead to any type of resolution or adone between black men and women, but only serve to further divide black men and women. And that's why at a certain point I had to distance myself from her when she would say things like that, because it's fundamentally, factually not true. It's inaccurate to say that or to get sisters today to believe that.
But you got to understand. Let me say this: anything for any talking points, any man and woman, especially what happened back in the civil rights era, is used now as a means of income. You get me? We never
Mhm.
lived that era, but we know why our people participate, even to the point the system had to make a decision.
But hold on, Chaos. I want you to think about how asinine and backwards even that is.
Okay.
You have suspicious Samuels running around telling people that a high value man is based on his income.
Wait. Hold on. What you?
Suspicious Samuels.
Wow.
Mhm.
Well.
I'm not gonna say the other thing. We're just gonna say you're suspicious.
At least you're being nice. I ain't gonna argue with that. Yeah.
You know,
But like I said,
the suspicious Negro, you know, run around telling, you know, brothers that being a high value man is hinged on your income. Right?
mhm.
Like
Mhm.
if you're gonna say that, then we gotta say that there is no 6-figure nigga that's a high value Negro.
Mhm.
Because that would mean the true high value Negro is the one who determines who gets 6 figures.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's right. You're right.
So you know, that's the down. You know that's the downside to, you know, this new age Negro. You know,
Mhm.
it says a lot of suspicious things.
Yeah, we suffer from affluenza because we live in a society that is teeming with overall affluence. We buy into that affluence by osmosis, even while we're the least affluent group. I posted that today on Facebook, talking about the income gap, how black men have yet to reach parity with white men, yet you hear no discussions on any form of social media in a serious way of tackling that reality. But and this is why this is even with the child support thing. See, child support becomes the reason why you got a problem with paying $80 a week is because you bring it home $450 a week. And the reason why you bring it at home is because you're not getting paid for what you're doing. You don't get paid the same level of income for the same work that you're doing as white men. That's why.
That is because the derelicts of the space. This was like niggas can have it, and I'm at the point like niggas get exactly what the fuck they deserve.
Mm-hmm.
You know? You're around here. You've complained about everything, from child support. Now, my thing with child support is it oppressive? Yes, but nigga,
Right.
don't cry about motherfucking spoiled milk after the responsibility comes due.
Yeah, man, you gotta man up. Gotta man up.
Right.
I don't give a fuck what kind of attitude your baby mama giving you, yada yada yada. I really don't give a fuck. I can't relate. And the reason I'm saying that is because if you really felt so strongly, you shouldn't have fucked her.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Because last time I checked, you were the initiator. That if that sperm didn't go in her, she wouldn't be having your baby.
Yeah.
But, I would say the same thing about what they say about the drug dealers. Just because the drugs get put in the hood don't mean you gotta sell them. Well, just the pussy fall in your lap, you gotta fuck.
Yeah. There you go. You can control whether a woman get pregnant, man. You can control that. Now they think that's being a simp or whatever you want to have it. That's just logic and common sense and reason. If I can't trust you with your seed, why should I be able to trust you with the finances of our community or whatever the case is? Can you handle that type of responsibility? You see what I'm saying? And that was always my argument with that. Like, you putting yourself in that. Like, even if you talk about the gynocracy cannot exist and subsist without the participation and endorsement of men.
Well,
Period.
if you really look at the gynocracy as a term, the thing that they call gynocracy, are there some gynocratic elements to American society? Yes, if you're lower socioeconomic strata. See, these Negroes tell on themselves all the time. They're telling you that they make six figures, but they're telling you they live in a gynocracy. Gynocracy only affects lower socioeconomic strata.
Mm.
Yep, I said that too. Yep,
It's
true.
It's a fact. Like, and if you're gonna really talk about gynocracy, you have to address the white gynocracy, which is a proxy power of white male hegemony.
Mm-hmm.
Because last time I checked, it's still 80% white women that were the teachers in this fucking country.
Yeah.
The last time I checked, it was 86% of the HR executives were white women.
Mhm.
So who determines whether you get hired or fired at a company? There's a chance that there's some white woman in HR that's throwing your damn resume in the trash.
Mhm.
Why? Because she's making room for a white male, especially if you're a person that works in tech.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
See, and we're going again, and if we really want to get philosophical with the gynocracy argument, gynocracies are created by weak men.
Mhm.
Because it what happens is a decline in male leadership, and so just by de facto de facto responsibility to pick up that slack falls on the women.
Right.
And if they fall short, well, if they fall short, it's simply because, well, if you're not doing your motherfucking job, everybody can't just sit up and not do their fucking job.
Right.
My guy, before you continue, I let somebody up. Who's this?
Hey, what's good? I ain't want to finish. I just want to
That's
hang
constructive. I had
backstage.
sent him the link, Cass. That's constructive.
Yeah, constructor. You want to fix the stream with this so I can recognize you. Continue, Cerulean. Or that's constructive.
And so you can't fault a woman for not being able to do your damn job, because that is your job.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the conversation that I had with Charles and BGS the other day. It was like you're telling them that the women should do your job. They got the kids. That's true. But the thing is that the reality is you need institutions, and unless you're willing to create the institutions that develop young men the way American society has set it up, in order for you to compete, then you're pissing in the wind. You're telling women that they should do that. That's not their job. That's your job.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, like, on the one hand you have white supremacy, but on the other hand you have to respect it. You have to respect it, because it is an effective system at keeping competing groups of men from seats of power.
It is a very much well-oiled system that doesn't really need much tuning up for the last couple of decades. Maybe once in a while, but it's structured so perfect for these people's self-preservation. And that's one thing I had to give them credit, that you designed a system so well-versed that you're able to self-preserve a little bit more easier and be around a little longer. Just a little longer. Yeah. But what's good, constructive? What's on your mind on this, I guess, Wednesday day? Constructive? Oh, I can see you. Oh. Yeah, we can see you. What's good? Yes. Can you hear us? We can't hear you.
Man, this thing went unmute. You hear me?
Yep, very good now. Very good now.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. This browser, man. But not much, man. Not much. Hear me, you guys. And shout out to you guys. It's good, Cerulean. My man, Mary Chaos. Appreciate having me on the show. But you guys was talking about that revolt, right? Like, were we ever
Yeah, how
gonna revolt?
they stormed the Capitol. I
So
support
right.
it, man. I'm proud of the ass.
Dude. Okay, that's
You know
you
what
know
I'm saying?
that's always
For white folk credit, right? Is whenever they say they're going to destroy some shit, they mean it.
Yeah, they hey, you know what they saying is you can have my gun when you pry from my cold dead fingers. They willing to die for what they believe in. See, with niggas, we love platitudes, so we'll say that Malcolm X shit by any means necessary. Then when you start talking about other means these niggas ain't considered, like storming the Capitol. Hold on, wait a minute now. Hold on, we gotta think about that. Hold on, just a second.
and you know,
You know what I'm saying?
and you know the funny thing about it. The funny thing about it is, Khalid Muhammad called this out a long time ago because one of the gentlemen in the audience, when they was taking questions, after his speech, I forgot which one it was. Maybe it was Bullet or the Bullet or whatever. But one of the guys asked, "Hey, how can we win if we don't manufacture our own weapons and stuff?" And Khalid Muhammad was like, even though it's an honest question, it's out of fear because it's like, you acting like we can't kill the enemy and take their guns. I mean, you don't have to manufacture anything. You can just buy it now. I mean, literally, in America, you can buy your own firearms. You know what I mean?
Them southern white dudes, man, they know how to make guns from scratch. They know how to make ammo. They know how to make body armor. The other day I was doing a delivery, right? And I was talking to this young white dude. Matter of fact, he was the owner's son of the store, and he was like, "Yeah, man, I'm just working here because of COVID, man. But really, I make guns, man." I said, "You make guns?" He was like, "Yeah." He said, "See, this dude pulled out a clear plastic pistol that he made."
Yeah, and he
said, "This is what I would do full time before COVID, but since COVID, it slowed down, so I'm here working at my dad's shop." They don't need to go buy it. They'll make it from scratch. But what you got for the niggas, let the latest retro Jordans be coming out, and you gonna see niggas wrapped around the building, man. The hyper consumers and minor producers. But talk about productivity. Like you hear this. You hear this in certain segments on YouTube talking about black men who are productive, but you going into a corporation or a white institution and making it more profitable is not being productive to me. That's not productivity. That's slavery.
And once you mentioned the guns, do you know that most of them now can make it easy with a 3D printer? So
man, I'm telling you, go look on YouTube. They be doing all that stuff on YouTube, man.
All that
body on everything.
Yeah, but what you about to say, Cerulean?
Well, I'll tell you this: as long as you got a hardware store in your area and Walmart still sells bullets, you can make a gun.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you got access to some gas piping and some other things which you're not going to talk about.
Not live on air, Cerulean. Tone it down, bro. Tone it down, bro. But let me, you know what I mean? But
as long as Walmart got bullets.
But see, here's the thing.
So start racking up on bullets. Fuck a gun. You can make a gun. Just rack up on the bullets.
Let's see here, Mary. What I buy on the first day of New Year's? I already showed you. What I buy on the first day of New Year's?
That semi-auto 12 gauge shotgun.
Okay, and how much was that?
$200.
All right, so why niggas can't buy a fucking shotgun?
But they'll buy $200 Jordans though. and then when they because we're reactionary as hell, which it is what it is. But then when they ready to riot because now they caught up in the moment and their emotions, and the police come out there and they come out there with that military, you wondering why? It's because they know you underarmed. They know that, so they're going to be much more aggressive with you than they would with these white folks, because they know these white folks got guns and they will use their guns. They know that.
They got mugs,
and white people.
Everything.
Look what didn't a white dude went and blew up a RV in Nashville the other day.
Yeah, because white folks are unsupervised. Even though they see what they do, they really don't they're not so quick to move and reprimand them so quick. So they're able to move freely and create these little underground bunkers and shit. Because you know, I mean, this is this is their country. Even
Man,
though it's ours too, but you know.
they've been prepping for years, man. Years. That whole movement with that militia movement, they've been prepping for years. They're well armed, they're funded, and they have some level of organization.
Mm-hmm.
They have some level of organization.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And so, hey man, it's what it is. It's like at least you can. I have no problem with a bad idea, even if it comes from a white supremacist. Like, I'm not going to reject something because it's coming from white supremacists. And what I'm saying is, on some of the things that they do in terms of their militias and their militarism, I totally agree with it. And to be honest with you, I think we are a bit too dependent on the government, and we don't believe in doing certain things for ourselves. We don't believe in that no more. We've lost that spirit. And we expect somebody else to do something for us. Now, that's the problem I have, and that's what I've been talking about in terms of this. Like, we should learn something from how they going up there to the Capitol.
And Dr. Francis Crance Wilson then said, if we acknowledge the fact that we're afraid, then we can actually get somewhere. But a lot of dudes don't want to acknowledge that. Instead, they want to, come up with excuses. I'm sorry, Cyril, I'm dead, bro.
I mean, how many times do they gotta do it and keep doing it before you learn from it?
Right.
They keep showing you all the time that they are not fucking around. Like, matter of fact, they should be the real not fucking around coalition. They really not fucking around.
I'ma steal that.
Yeah.
Like, watch that that weird Negro Grandmaster Jay mobilize all these niggas with the guns.
Mm-hmm.
Just showing their force. Just show them everything you got. Yeah, now, thanks to this Negro, you lost the element of surprise if it ever took it there.
I said the same thing, Cerulean, and really with that not fucking around coalition, that was just another protest, but an armed protest. I mean, if you're gonna bring guns, you might as well use them. I mean, come on now. I mean, you can't see. This is the thing where black folks want to do things white people can do with their free time and do their little military marches and militia marches and stuff like that, and not have to worry about a tank getting rolled out on them. See this. See, we like this goes into where Mary talks about us being proxies for white ideals, where you can actually go out here and try to act like you're like them, knowing damn well you're not going to be treated like them, and then be surprised when they treat you a certain way. It's like, are you serious?
And they rolled up on Grandmaster Jay's group checking niggas' firearms, dog.
Mm-hmm.
You think they doing that shit to the Proud Boys?
Mm-mm.
Hell no.
No, they're not gonna do that to them. But that's because they know they'll shoot that. They know they'll shoot it.
It's not even the fact that niggas are underarmed. Is that they do it because they know that the average nigga ain't gonna do shit.
Exactly. They know that.
Like, you know how many times I've been on these panels, man, throughout the years, and niggas get to talk in a certain kind of way, and then I ask them quite simply, like, are you able to take a life on command without remorse? You're able, like, are you willing to sacrifice your son to be trained in the way of soldiering?
Mm-hmm.
To be sent out there knowing that there's a possibility they can lose his life?
Yeah.
When you ask them that, they sphincter get tight at that point.
Really, it's gonna take like fuck all of the bullshit. The only price that freedom is ever paid in is blood.
Yeah. No.
Like, I don't know why niggas keep playing with the shit. See, we'll do it back and forth to each other all motherfucking day.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I just like reserve to not even like talk to niggas, and like I don't even reserve to threaten niggas. Like I'm at the point to where now like a nigga liable to say something to me, I fly off the handle and just let the 308s fly. I'm not even playing with niggas no more.
Mm-hmm.
Like, cause every car that I've ever owned doesn't have a GPS in it.
Mm.
So you never know what city I might find myself in.
Mm.
If I pulled out the motherfucking 308, I have a motherfucking custom made rig that there's no ballistics for.
Mm.
And I know within 500 yards, your ass is mine.
You're right. We'll do that. We'll do that to each other all day.
And
All
see,
day.
and see, the thing is that I'd rather reserve it. I'd rather reserve that kind of energy for the real enemy. Like, when the protests and the liberating started here in the Twin Cities. Whenever it first started off, I'm not gonna say like exactly where I was or what I was doing, but you wasn't gonna catch me with no motherfucking camera out there incriminating myself.
Nah, that's real rap. That's real rap. But now, Cerulean, your problem is, according to niggas, you too uptight, bro. You need some pussy. All this pro black stuff you're talking, all this other stuff, man. You just need to have a drink and some pussy. Everything
I
go
want you
away.
to think about that, right? Because you have the derelict Negro male that'll say, niggas are pro black because that's what you trying to get pussy points with the black woman. Ain't got nothing like that. See, the real pro black understands that the black community is my community. I have to take fucking responsibility for it. I mean, this is plain and simple as that. And secondly, it don't have a goddamn thing to do with the motherfucking women. It has everything to do with us as a group of men. Because last time I checked, the whole pro-black thing is rooted in historical black masculinities, starting with Martin Delaney. Say when you're talking about soldiering, that's a whole different aspect that your average everyday thing is not really ready for that.
And this is why they put so much focus on destroying black masculinity. This is why.
It's like, shit, if I'm being totally honest, shit, I'm the closest nigga to being an actual white dude. Most of you know. Like, we'll really kill for what I believe in. We'll really die for what I believe in. And that's basically what we're doing. They get to talk real spicy about, nigga shit, nigga babble all day and all night. See, these niggas are jealous because I get bitches and they don't. Like, nigga, you're crying about some broad that didn't give you a pony in high school. I find it interesting how a lot of these guys talk about they get all of this pussy, right?
Come on, close the door.
Some of them live in literal dick deficient states where you would have the best opportunity to get some pussy if you lived there. And yet they will come on to YouTube to high sign and pretend. Especially with like the But like the older niggas running around talking about that to swat 25-year-olds off with a stick, like, which I find highly suspicious. And you have to realize that a lot of the shit that's coming from these Negroes, especially those that they talk against single black mothers while having made single black mothers. A lot of them are saying this shit just out of the spite that they don't want a better nigga to fuck with their baby mama. They still trying to save their baby mama, and keep baby mama on reserve.
Well, there's truth to that because we have a female mindset running rampant in the community with brothers, where if she bad, you got a nut in her, and it's like, dude, just because you want to have sexual access to her for the rest of her, 18 years of her life, really? And it's like the system don't work for you if you do that. You know it, right? You're actually putting yourself in a bind.
Well, my thing is this. The Negro wanted to be treated the way white males are treated. And then you're crying about child support. Well, you're getting treated the way white men are getting treated. What, you think child support was any less oppressive to white males than it is to you?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
See, that's that feminine. I've been peeped that where dudes choose their baby mothers based on her aesthetics and her quality of how she looked. And so, because they know through that child, they can always have sexual access to her. So it's kind of like marking their territory, which is, so in other words, you have this inversion now where niggas is using babies to trap sisters now.
Big fact. Let's cut the vocab because she got a fat ass. Because she got a fat ass. That's why.
Think about this.
Hold on, guys. That's what's always been, to mark your territory. Because think about it. Once you already got a kid, right? And then we have the relationship with the baby dad or wherever, and she moves on. That's the thing that binds. So a lot of dudes don't want to even mess with, depending on who she got knocked up, because they didn't want to deal with another man's territory. Because a lot of dudes are afraid of the baby father.
Think about this, like what kind of man has time to police the pussy but a low class man?
I mean, that's a question you got to ask them. Really.
I mean, if you got time to police the pussy and micromanage the pussy, that's because you're a lower class strata man. You're a low class male. If you're out here pussy policing, you are a low class male. But less suspicious Samuels tell you, all you have to do is put on a suit, wear this Easter color suit, this Easter color tie. All you gotta do is put these Chelsea boots on. That'll make you a high value man. I mean, it's sheer idiocy. This is what we have time for. You're watching the decline and fall of American society. And it's so funny because one of the things I've always talked about when it comes to the decline of an empire, it always happens from within, never from without. Empires implode. Empires implode, not even from outside influence, but from the weight of their own corruption, which is what you're watching happening now.
Yo, Mary.
So, I want you to go put on these Chelsea boots, and I want you to go down there and march with your arms and elbows locked together. It's going to be a powerful vision, so powerful that Nobody's gonna even want to come near you. Yeah, because you look weird, motherfuckers.
Yo, Mary,
Yeah.
let's go outside and mark our territory, bro, and complain about child support later. Let's go find some bad bitches, you know what I mean? Let's go find some bad bitches, you know what I mean? You know, the first one I see, I'll probably so much to look at her, she instantly pregnant. It's a wrap.
We should be going hunting and say, yo, I got this bitch. You take that one over there and say it's mark our territory, you know. That's ours. We're 18. You're from 18.
Well, what you gotta do.
And the thing I don't get, like I even get like I said, I'm not gonna sit here and just say like none of the things that you know these brothers bring issues to or bring light to aren't valid and don't deserve some level of discussion. But you would think at a certain point you would go on to discuss men stuff, what's supposed to be in the conversation of men, at some point. But it's never that. It's only a handful of people that I'll watch on YouTube. I don't even watch a majority of it because it's redundant, and to be honest, it's embarrassing. Like shit is embarrassing, man, on how we carry ourselves, man.
What you got to do, Amir, is you got to go into Macy's and you have to single-breasted suit, breasted suit, and the matching pants. Pants matching, and then you're going to tell the bitch patented leather Chelsea boots.
Yeah.
And then when you're going to take this here candlelight and you're going to put it right in front of your camera, so that way whenever the camera light vision come across it, it's going to mix with the ambient light in the background, and people not even going to notice you're wearing a patent leather suit, but you're wearing a patent leather suit. Like, man, yo, like the behavior is so motherfucking suspicious at this point. Like I was say, like niggas can have it, man. This is they wanted it to be a cesspool. Say let them have the cesspool,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like it's easy to become like, you know what I'm saying, like disillusioned, and like how the types of things that need to be talked about. We don't want to talk about that, man. Like we don't want to have, like I said, there's a worthwhile conversation to be had on income parity. It's particularly like if you don't want to talk about it with women, okay, you don't want to have the build it and they shall come argument, then that's something you should do for yourself.
Well, the thing
that's something. Why are you comfortable with performing the same level of work as your white male counterpart, yet not getting paid the same, not getting paid an equal amount for equal work? That's a worthwhile conversation to be had, but you never hear anything about that type of shit, man. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. But they'll call you a simp for steering the conversation away from what they talk about every day, all day, which ultimately is representative of the reality of your finances and where you rank on a socioeconomic status. Because even if you are six-figure, even if you are in the top 5% of black male income earners, it's still illusory because of the waning value of the dollar and the waning middle class. Being middle class doesn't even mean what it used to mean. Like this is why you see more black men making it into the middle class, because middle class no longer mean nothing. That's why.
Well, what you're gonna do, Amiri, is you're gonna take this here candle.
Hey, what do you say? I'm sorry. I'm gonna light it. Get some nice incense, some fine wine, perfume.
Candle. And you're gonna put it right in front of your bike. like come on, man. Hey, that's what we got time for, though, man.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like it's a certain conversation that needs to be had at a certain point. That men should be having, man. Like men are to be productive, proactive, and initiators of their own fate and destiny, and that's not a position we're in, and we don't even have the impetus to put ourselves in that position. Like we don't even we don't have that. At least I don't see it demonstrated in any real quantifiable. So see, like on a plantation, what they would do, they would appease the male slaves or the male bucks with sex. So long as niggas can have their comfort, their pleasure, niggas think it's in sex, they don't care about nothing else. Like Biggie summed it up perfectly. Money, hoes, and clothes, all a brother knows. That's literally all we think about. I'm talking about like from a cultural aspect, from a cultural perspective. Everything else, see, we want to act like the things that Cerulean is talking about, or that like Chaos talking about, what Constructive's talking about, what I'm talking about, are somehow supplementary to everything else. Mm-hmm. It's not the main course. These are just sidebars and side dishes. No, man, like the priorities is all fucked up. Like I said, that white boys will literally stockpile guns. They'll stockpile weapons and ammo. Negroes will stockpile Jordans, man.
Yeah.
That and even though that name Jordan is attached to a black male athlete, he's nothing but a mascot. That company is owned by a multinational conglomerate corporation that's that's raping and pillaging another part of the country. See, they use our hyper consumerism to fund their imperialist, colonialist, capitalist system, and they use our hyper consumerism. So you steal the diamonds over there in the mines in Africa, and you come here and you artificially inflate the price for it, and we pay money hand over fist for something that's readily abundant and not even worth what they artificially raise the price for.
Yeah.
Diamonds aren't even rare. They're not even naturally expensive. They make it expensive and sell it to your dumb black ass. This is what they do. And then you think because you have on bling bling, you're saying something or you're doing something. And then want to act like when I say you haven't been offered a seat at the global table of manhood, as if I'm saying something incorrect or wrong.
Well, now they're stocking up on Easter themed blazers. Yeah.
It's ridiculous, man. It's sad. It's sad.
But Mary, you're really wrong, bro. We are proactive. I already just told you, man. We gotta go out here and find something, and knock it up. I mean, if she bad, don't pull out. Don't pull out.
Yeah,
bro.
And then blame her for it because this stank done set me up, done open her legs, and I just had to run up in it. And I ain't put on no condom, man. It ain't my fault it felt good. Like, this is the mentality. Like, you think like children.
Remember Mary and Barry?
Oh, yeah.
It cost me rolling the bitch set me up.
Yeah. Yep. I'm telling you, man.
Put her on action.
I'm telling you. It's sad. Like, and you get frustrated with it. Like, I know Gab gets frustrated with it. I know I get frustrated with it. Yeah. I know Cerulean get frustrated with it. But this is what they desire. They desire bread and circuses. So let them eat cake and let them follow crime.
And circus.
Because we can be having a conversation, like literally, the other day I'm on Charles's panel. We're having a conversation about man shit, and in comes the okay, all right. You just it becomes a what these black women so bad shit. It's like a pity party of trauma bonding. In this masturbatory circle jerk that I just ain't got time for it no more, man. I'll be the first to tell you, like, is there some shit that women do is fucked up? Sure, but as a man, can you control it, or are you telling me you have no agency or responsibility? What the argument was whenever it came to black women? Are you telling me black women don't have any agency? Well, you're obviously telling me that you don't have any agency, otherwise you wouldn't be sitting crying and complaining about not having agency with the women.
Mhm.
Always what you can't do instead of what you can. What's within your power right now. And
Yeah.
we're having a conversation about, survival, moving forward, and how do we get back into the modus of expanding a black middle class, because that's, unbeknownst to everybody else who seems to think that, everybody's a six-figure nigga.
Mhm.
Like, middle class is really where it's at.
Mhm.
That's why the expansion of the middle class was always so important to every single generation. Whenever you hear it in politics, what do you hear them talking about? The middle class, the middle class, the middle class. Why the middle
Mhm.
class? Because the middle class is what props everything above it up.
Right.
As a matter of fact, there's a book, Hoover and the Commodification of the Middle Class. If you don't have a middle class, then what you have is the chasm between the haves and have-nots getting so great that the poor don't even have a place to strive for socioeconomically.
Right.
You see, and if you don't have that middle ground, where the impoverished has some mobility from the working poor into the middle class, if you don't have that mobility, everything above it begins to collapse. That's why it's always a major talking point in every major election.
Yeah.
So that's basically an illusion. What you basically spoke to is an illusion.
Well, it's an illusion that we call economics, but it's real nonetheless. Even though the principle that is based on, it's an illusion.
Right. But it's still stuff. It's still something to thrive for and advocate for. It's because the society has to function. The society has to have some functionality for it. And if you have a society that's only working for a small segment, then even that small segment's position becomes precarious as those people on the bottom or the have-nots becoming more and more predisposed to violence and chaos to get what they want. So what would happen all the time in Europe when they have those revolutions in Europe with the monarchs and stuff? That's what would happen, man. The serfdom.
People telling me that the other day that they didn't have any power, have any abilities. Said you do have power. You have the destructive force of a poverty influenced movement, of poverty influenced anger that can get shit done. As a matter of fact, and whenever you're looking at this storming of the White House, that's what you're looking at in white society.
Right.
You have them channeling that poverty motivated anger.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
you have.
No, you're right. That's basically what that is. You're right. That's basically what that is.
How you have black folk, we've been mobilizing for reparations, been talking about reparations, tangibles. These are the things that we need in order to survive coming into the next millennia. And white folk of all socioeconomic strata tell us to stop playing victim. Tell you to stop being a social justice warrior. Tell you to stop looking for a handout. Well, Mitch McConnell blocked that $2,000 stimulus. Do you think it was a nigga that wrote that shit on that dude's garage? Hell no, that was one of them white boys who had in one hand, a Bible glued in the other, telling Mitch where the fuck my money at.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And not once have I heard from anybody from the right side or the left side refer to them or tell them to stop playing victim. Stop being social justice warrior. Why are you do you understand the storming the castle because you get a handout?
Exactly. And that's what that's reminiscent of what you see going on and with how they storming the Capitol is just like how they would storm the castles when they was ready to overthrow that monarch. That's what they would do, man. It's the exact same thing. It's just modernized, but you're right. That's what they would do,
And this is modern history. I mean, they have a history of challenging the government if they go wrong. But But see,
Yeah, like they'll get tired of that shit and overthrow it, man. But we won't. See, we still stuck in that slave mode. We still got a lot of slave thinking going on. You see what I'm saying? And see, the other thing too is even how conservatives and Republicans have come to call it entitlements when it's not an entitlement. It's something that you're owed because you pay into the system, and so you should get something back you should get an investment on your return. It's not an entitlement. See, the only reason why they call it entitlement is because they knew we was gonna get it. So when we get it, it's an entitlement to somehow imply that we're getting something we haven't earned or we don't deserve, even though the money is coming from us.
Which is
but
another shaming
they'll give welfare to these corporations, and they'll give welfare to these foreign countries, all in service to the interest of these corporations and these oligarchs and capitalists. This is what they do. But they'll tell you and I it's an entitlement. This is how they were able to play their dog whistle politics. And what you actually see going on with these white folks in Middle America, all throughout the Rust Belt and Appalachia, it's the chickens coming home to roost, because for decades they supported Republican politicians, Republican presidents, and went against their own economic self-interest. Just because they knew it would disproportionately hurt us. That's exactly what Lee Atwater said when he talked about the Southern strategy. That was the entire basis and premise for the Southern strategy.
And what is
you say forced busing, and you say less taxes, and yes, some white people are going to get hurt, but in the end, black people are going to get hurt worse. So now the chickens are coming home to roost. Same thing make you laugh, make you cry.
What is Campbell?
But they'll tell you the political switch didn't happen and none of that didn't happen, and that's just no. What you're seeing playing out is the reality of that in real time.
Mitch McConnell is the Senate Majority Leader. Okay, He did block the bill. Okay, that's the reason why his shit was attacked, because white folk. They're buttered on. They know who's running shit. The Senate Majority Leader is the one who blocked that bill. Blocked it in its tracks. You know, Mitch McConnell is your modern day Marie Antoinette. He told his impoverished white constituency that they can eat cake. And now what you see is that they're going for Mitch McConnell's head.
Yeah.
But see, Mitch McConnell was just fine as long as he was holding water. But see, they forgot Mitch McConnell is a company man. He's going to kiss the ass of the man who's in charge.
Right.
Which is the Fed.
Which is not only the Fed, but there's certain political favors as we come into this.
Exactly. That he has to pay out. I mean, you look at the Citizens United ruling, how it basically said that money is synonymous with the free speech, and money is free speech, and so it let all these millions of dollars in dark money into the political process, the creation of super PACs. Like, you're living in a democracy that's no longer a democracy. This shit has been seized. It's been seized, man. You see what I'm saying? Like, because if you have more money than I do, then what you're saying is you have more free speech than I do.
Well, you know what's so funny about this is you had all of those right wing, you know, those terrorists on the right, right, accusing people like us of being like socialist and communist and yada yada yada. And as soon as they don't get their way, what happens? They storm the castle like a bunch of what? Like a bunch of fucking communists. What, you're literally looking at the Bolshevik Revolution and how it played out. Like, that's exactly what happened during the Bolshevik Revolution. Nicholas II said, "No, you can't have more money. No, you can't have more freedom. Land will be parceled out as per what I say." Oh, really? Vladimir Lenin said, "Okay, this is what we're gonna do." It's like, go ahead and depose the motherfucker.
Right. And then killed him and his whole family.
Mm.
Killed the Romanovs
Yeah,
and the whole family.
It's the great.
Yeah, I think he had like 5 daughters. He had 5 daughters. They may even kill the damn dog. And this is what Cerulean was talking about when Cerulean said you kill on demand. Them people got that. Them soldiers got that order from Lenin to go ahead and assassinate him and the whole family. Them men didn't flinch. They carried it out. Do you have the? That's why that time when I was talking to Gab, I talked about the strength of character. They people, if I'm not mistaken, I think they even killed the fucking dog, the family pet.
Hey, they cold, man. They cold. That's gotta say.
If you know about the Romanov family, you know, Nicholas said, you know, a bunch of illegitimate children. You know, as a matter of fact, the Romanov family is only saved by his illegitimate. You know,
right.
His illegitimate.
Yeah.
Nah, they ain't cold, man. They on cold. They on cold.
Yeah, they on cold. You're right. You're right, Kushuk. They're on code. That's listen.
Yeah. See, so don't tell me about revolution as a platitude, man. When I know you don't have you haven't yet built up the strength of character to do what's necessary. I know you haven't.
Nah, man.
I know you ain't gonna bust grape in a fruit fight.
Man,
You just what really at the end of the day, what it is the average American Negro wants comfort, and they want white acceptance.
Man, look, if it was the actual revolution, you told a Negro, look, this is a high value target. We need this person neutralized. Like, well, why I gotta do that?
Nah, really. No.
They've been invited to the barbecue, so why should I even have to? I mean, shit. They know how to pop lock. Like he bust a good freestyle at 16. Why should I have to? Well, I don't even see where all that's necessary. I don't agree with that.
Nah, Massa, you tripping? You just need some pussy, Massa.
Why we always gotta employ violence, man? Niggas getting to their whole John Lewis spiel. Like if you see wrong,
I spilled the blood. I gave him the blood at Bridget Selma.
The police whooped my ass, and I didn't get mad at the police for whooping my ass. I just thanked them for their service.
I marched with Dr. King with a bunch of helpless women and children across that bridge.
Yeah, and see that's what they do. They make a mockery out of our icons and leaders, and they portray them in a light that doesn't really do justice to the true depth of their legacy. In a lot of ways, they caricaturize Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement. Because ultimately, nonviolent resistance was merely a strategy or a tactic implemented, but you never fight a war with total aggression. You use both violent and nonviolent means.
I remember Tariq was going in on John Lewis talking about beat me with the Billy Club. But to Cam Bash, why do you think Lyndon was let off easy? Why do you think he was even allowed to come back into Russia? I mean, he named the capital city Leningrad after himself. Why do you think he was allowed to do that? It's because the energy of his revolution was so strong that it influenced people to remain loyal to the Bolshevik Party even after he was exiled. And guess what happened? When Russia was split between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks, and the Bolsheviks, eventually the Mensheviks became one party, there were still people within that one united party that still had Leninist leanings, because they couldn't say altogether that Lenin was completely wrong.
Interesting.
We're talking about a guy who went from being an educator to
light off.
from being an educator to being a major political leader, and knowing how to move around people, placing people that were loyal to him in key positions within government, within the military, within the police. Hell, creating a secret police, which is his underling Stalin would eventually go on to further, and that would eventually become the intelligence arm of the pre-fallen Soviet Union, known as the KGB. The thing that the CIA fought the Cold War, that group. And so there was still a lot of Leninist loyalists. That's when you know that your revolution had meaning. And so whenever it came down to it, it was nothing to say, look, this this guy is a high value target. Lenin actually had it right. When Lenin would have motherfuckers disappeared, he wouldn't just have the high value target disappeared. He'd have his whole motherfucking regime disappeared.
Strength of character. Strength of character, man.
And while they got the Negroes so damn confused and browbeaten to this man of self-inflicted shame, and using black on black crime and black on black violence and black on black this, black on black that, you ain't heard a motherfucking word about white on white violence while they're storming the castle.
That's true.
White woman got shot in the face. Wasn't by a Negro, but by her own white man. You ain't heard nobody yell white on white crime yet, or white on white violence. They told you. Where's all the motherfuckers that saying? Where's all the motherfuckers saying that this isn't the right way? Where's all the motherfuckers saying that? Remember George Floyd? Remember when motherfuckers got rowdy behind Philando Castile and George Floyd? Remember that? We say this just isn't the right way. You got browbeaten the silence behind that shit, and now you're watching them do it. Where's all these Negroes? This isn't the right way, white America. You gotta take a more diplomatic approach, a more non-violent approach. No, Trump is a motherfucking sore loser. He said, man, fuck that. They don't give me back this motherfucking presidency. Y'all motherfucking raid that bitch.
And Saruan, I don't want to for a second. I've noticed for the past few days, he was up here demanding, was it Georgia, to go find those votes and find out a few days later, this popped out. And so he's going to take any measure to prolong his reign as president of this country before these new people come in the next week and a half or two. He'll go out with a bang.
Look,
I say one thing. Once this is said and done.
Why is this happening right now? Because Biden gets inaugurated on the 20th. Why is it happening right now? Because they only got like 2 weeks before the shit is finalized.
Yeah.
Once he plays hand on that Bible, it swears in, blah, 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 blah. That shit is over.
Yeah.
But see, what should be happening right now is Trump's assets should be completely seized. He should be in chains, head to motherfucking feet.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? You know why? Because that's what happens with traitors. That's what happens with seditious acts against your own government. You know,
especially against the Constitution.
You know, that's the same thing that they did with that Navy SEAL who was under orders, who assassinated a certain someone over in the Middle East, and whenever he took the fucking fall for it, right? They seized his assets, put his family in poverty, had his wife all on TV trying to, like, yo. And now you have a former president, former still sitting president, committing acts of sedition against the Constitution. Motherfuckers literally should be taken out and put in front of a firing squad. This is reality I'm talking about. You see, because an act of sedition, back whenever the forming of the Constitution first happened, that's exactly what they would do with seditious actor. As a matter of fact, that's exactly how they cajoled the South into staying in the motherfucking Union after the Civil War. Oh, but you learned the Hollywood history. You were told that, well, once the state succeeded, you know, they fought this big war to keep the Union together, and the Union just stayed together, and there was no strife after that. No, they tried to succeed several times, even after the Civil War. And you know what would happen whenever they would hear even a whisper of succession? They would fucking eliminate that motherfucker before us, a firing squad. That's why you look at the mid 1800s, one of the most violent times of government in this country, where you was watching motherfuckers go through congressmen, go through senators. Why? Because there was somebody appearing in front of a fucking firing squad like every week.
Wow.
Motherfuckers wasn't playing. But see, that's what I'm saying. Like, you got to have the same level of discipline and wherewithal to be able to do that shit. But no, see, the Negro gets cajoled and motherfucking shamed into not employing intercultural violence to solve its own problems. And I've always said that black on black violence is a necessary evil. Where my pro-blackness is set up, it calls for black on black violence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What, you think you're supposed to just let? What, you think you're supposed to just let niggas run around doing whatever the fuck they want to do? No, otherwise you won't have such thing as a government or control.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You gotta have order. And the truth is this Negro, he views order as oppression.
Mm-hmm.
Like they would run back to this type of environment, society, because they have the relative liberty and freedom to be, as you would say, cerulean, derelict, and idle, and not do what they're supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they did. Who that was? Was that Dessalines? They did that to Dessalines after the Haiti Revolution. Niggas got rid of him because when he was coming with the order, and it was time to work and time to build the country up, the niggas ain't want to do the work.
And man, Dessalines is that he didn't take no prisoners. It was like, right. Oh, you a loyalist to France? Matter of fact, I always make this joke that I suspect he was around and asking motherfuckers like, do you like croissants? And your head chopped off.
Guy said, do you like croissants? And they said, oh yes, I do love croissants. Really? See? And so he cuts it up because
anyone else can like croissants. No, we hate croissants. I don't know what you're getting at, Des, but we hate croissants over here.
Yeah, man.
I want to get the head chopped off. Because Dessalines was a visionary in that he understood that the first motherfuckers you had to call were motherfuckers that were these loyalists within your own group. Before he could fully press the French out, he knew he had to get rid of the French sympathizers first. That's why they keep pressing that black on black crime. See that gets you in this guilt and shame and shit, right?
Right.
Like black and black, so that way they could keep putting some old ass derelict Negro up there to sell your ass down the river.
Yeah, let's
Vote
talk about
as
the civil rights generation, man. Like, yeah, the niggas who sold out and got positions. They betrayed Martin Luther King, and then they sold out and gained positions of prominence as the gatekeepers of Black society, and basically sold Black society down the river, carrying water for these far left quack movements and other parts of the Democratic Liberal coalition, while we got nothing in return for our vote and for our sweat equity and blood equity that's in the foundations of this country.
Oh, you know, it's interesting you mentioned that, Amiri. I remember there was a video by what's his name? Dick Gregory, when they were playing the same, I guess it was an interview by some Negro preachers that were close to Martin Luther King, and they had their Last Supper one night, and as he was there in the balcony, they prepared to duck, as to know the bullet was going to go straight to the man's heart. So they already knew that they were going to sell him up right off the bat.
And see, and then if you go upside, you know, one of these old Negroes' heads, right? Now you look like the bad guy because this is white society's proxy. Keep you niggas in line. And they're the first ones that got to go. You know, you always talked about it, you know, back in the 70s, you know, you had these major institutions, you know, like Brookings, like, you know, the Manhattan Institute, these think tank institutions, you know, like Stanford's Hoover Institute. They were going around collecting these Black academics to de-radicalize them. And so they would give them these high-paying positions, make them fellows of the institutions and so forth.
Right. Appeasement.
But see, but you know, I would say, look, I'll punch Thomas Sowell in this motherfucking
face.
Like, because the damage he's done to the Black community has already been done. John Lewis said he think them white folks can beat him up upside the head with that billy club. He ain't seen shit yet. Like,
oh man! I mean, it's the exact same thing with.
Did you see the video? Them young boys was about to run down on Al Sharpton.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it was a long time. I remember that video.
Yeah, that was in Baltimore, I think, right?
Al Sharpton wasn't talking no shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he better not.
Was about to go upside his motherfucking head because he knew what the motherfucking deal is, and the reason why he did that shit is because he knew he motherfucking felt guilty, and the reason he felt guilty is he knew he was selling motherfuckers out.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, well, it already came out that Al Sharpton was an informant. Al Sharpton was an informant for the government, and if I'm not mistaken, he was didn't he get in trouble for selling dope? He got in trouble for being a drug mule or something, right?
Yeah, FBI.
Yeah.
With the Italians, I think.
Yeah. See.
I'll snatch Al Sharpton's motherfucking perm out of here.
I met Al Sharpton. This was like in 2004, man.
Damn.
I haven't met Al Sharpton. These people are clowns. And see, because what it is you've had in the wake of Martin Luther King and his impact, and then his subsequent assassination, and then glorification to be made a proxy for appeasement.
They talk all this shit about Black women wearing weave. Al Sharpton lost all that motherfucking weight and still couldn't afford that slick back.
Hey, he did a selfie, and he looked like a. I ain't gonna stop. Let me stop. I ain't gonna
look like a little boy body, but But yeah, like we've been sold out by the so-called these so-called civil rights leaders a long time ago, man. We get absolutely nothing for our vote. We don't get anything for our vote. That's the only reason why, because I already knew what it was with Trump. Trump, what was fueling one of the major components that was fueling Trumpism was white supremacy and white ambivalence to a society that's becoming more and more diverse, and where whiteness is no longer going to be the standard.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I knew what was fueling it, but my apathy to the Democratic Party and its candidates was they were essentially offering nothing but to black people and black society for our vote. Nothing, no policy, but no pertinent policy positions. This idea that a rising tide lifts all boats. I was just going over the data with the Economic Policy Institute, where I think in between 2016 and 2017, white men's wages increased and white women's wages have increased. Yet for black people, their wages have remained stagnant since 2000. So a rising tide does not lift all boats. We have specific needs that are unique to the black experience and the black predicament in this society and in this country. So I can understand why the only offer Trump made to us was, well, what else you got to lose? Like Republicans have made their bread and butter off of white supremacy and white racial animus towards black people, black society. So I expect that for them. What I don't expect is for those who position themselves or purport themselves to be my friend, to be a friend of the Negro, to expect me to do something for them while not doing anything for me. What type of friendship is that?
I mean,
That's what I have a problem with. See, the Democratic Party owes us. If nothing else, they owe us.
What do you mean? Both the Democrats and the Republicans owe us?
Well, you're that too, but what I'm saying is specifically within the context of putting the president in office. If it would see a Republican candidate, now it could be changing now, but for a long time a Republican candidate could get elected with a minority of the without getting no black votes, because they always win a majority of the white vote, and it was a majority white country. No Democratic politician or president can get elected without the black vote, from Bill Clinton to Barack Obama to Joe Biden. So they need us. We're supposed to be a part of their coalition. It's the reason why we have a caucus with the Democrats and not the Republicans. So yeah, I know that the Republicans owe us too because of the contributions to the country. But I'm talking specifically within the context of modern politics from since the 60s. They're the ones who telling us that they're our friends. Republicans have made their bread and butter off of demonizing and vilifying black society. So that's what I expect from them. I'm talking about the one who tell me you're my friend and you care about me, and who tout black girl magic. So I guess black girl magic is getting you in office without getting nothing in return. That's their magic, right? Where you get something from nothing.
Well, I mean,
from us.
Look at the platform they inherited. They watching all these Negroes selling us down the motherfucking river just for a cozy position that they can occupy for the next 30-some years, not do a goddamn thing for their own community. And while the getting's good, what you're seeing is that black women's like, look, we try to go for what the fuck they know too. So I mean, you can't really fault for a system that they inherited. Or the example that they inherited.
Oh yeah, we talking about sisters. Yeah, I know. I'm not even following sisters for that. I'm talking about the politicians and the liberal machine that merely use them and use us as fodder to get to fund these other parts of the liberal coalition. Why they don't give us anything? Yeah, I'm not faulting the sisters at all for that. I'm putting the onus directly on the fucking politicians. That's who I'm putting it on. So yeah, I understand that. I understand that. But that's why I didn't want to. And then especially when he chose Kamala, I was like, oh shit, I definitely ain't voting now.
Yeah, no.
That was like a slap in the face. But see the reason why he could do that, the political calculation, is they know that the society is moving to multiculturalism, being multi-ethnic. So you can have Kamala Harris, like when you're looking at the Biden and Harris ticket, you're looking at the Obama Biden ticket with the positions being inverted. Kamala Harris is nothing but a female Barack Obama. She can claim to be black, she can claim to be American while having roots in another part of the world, India. Same thing with Barack Obama. He could claim to be black. He could claim to be American, and he had roots in Indonesia.
Yeah.
You know, so it's the exact same. It's the exact same ticket. So we know we're gonna get more of the same. And then what they're gonna tell us, and what their spiel is gonna be is, well, a rising tide lifts all boats. I'm not concerned with other boats. I'm only concerned with mine, because that's how everybody else, you know, thinks and operates. So that's the only reason why, you know, I wasn't rocking with, because personally, I think that Democrats have better policies that benefit, you know, middle class families. But specifically, when you're talking about this, the race component of it, they haven't delivered. They have yet to deliver. He wouldn't even sit down with Ice Cube before the election to even iron out any type of pertinent policy positions for Black people. He wouldn't even sit down and have that conversation. So that was a slap in the face when he brought you know, Kamala Harris on the ticket. But I get the political calculus for making it. What we're moving to is we're moving to a place where Black people are going to be irrelevant, politically irrelevant, because the society is becoming more and more diverse.
It should have been a done deal, especially with you know, Black females that identify with Democratic leanings. As soon as Kamala said that, am I going to do something specifically?
Exactly.
No, it should have been a done deal right there that she's not who you should be backing.
Right, exactly.
But you can't.
It's nothing else to talk about. She ain't gonna never sit up and say that to the alphabet community, or to the Latino community, or to the immigrant community. She's never going to say, but am I going to do something specifically for immigrants? No. Am I going to do something specifically for he, she's? No, she's never going to say that. Like, Barack Obama came with specific policy positions for the Latino fucking community when he came up with the Dreamer Act. We didn't hear a rising tide lifts all boats. You did something that was specifically for them and their predicament, which their predicament is they ass over here illegally, but that ain't my goddamn problem. Stay in Mexico where you belong. You don't get to come over here and enjoy rights and benefits while you're not even a citizen. You're illegal.
I mean, that's always been my position, you know, especially with motherfuckers that come here talking about I came here with nothing and
right.
Work, get the fuck out of here. Like, if you work so hard, you should be working hard to make your own country great so you can enjoy right
exactly
your country, and so you can have freedom in your country. But because in my eyes, what I say is that the immigrant is wholly a lazy piece of shit, more a lazy parasite, because they have no intent on fixing their own motherfucking country. Instead, they come over here like locusts and try to turn this country into the country that they're fled from.
I agree.
And now you look at what you got.
Mm-hmm.
And my appeal to especially the Black man is that this is where our focus should be on, because these are the things that affect our day-to-day lives, not some chick that didn't give me a fucking pony in high school.
Right.
Like, you talking about relationships, how to lead you a high value man. Well, look, they about to turn this fucking economy into a banana republic. What the fuck? You ain't gonna be no high value. Gonna be no high value shit. Like, and then not only that, you're gonna be priced out to such extent it's gonna be hard for you to even operate. You know, and the more things advance, you know, like you asked me about automation in the trucking industry.
Yeah.
Like, you know, diesels are going to be around for a while. But you know what? The cost of personnel is going to be lower than ever the more they open the motherfucking borders.
For cheaper labor.
Yeah, especially if you get some Nigerian immigrant or some Mexican immigrant that undercuts you on a, you know, on a logistics job, you know, driving trucks.
I mean, I see that now. I see Iraqis, you know, Indian, Asian. I see all those people on the road every day, man. And they're in high numbers, man. Don't even speak that same language. Don't even speak English, and they in the damn truck. I'm like, wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And so
man. But
you know, we're not even talking, you know, having the same conversation. Like, we're not even talking about securing the future. We're talking about, you know, pussy all day. Like every
That I was gonna say that. That's you're right. Like that's something that's a common staple you hear in like in this segment of white society's talking points. They believe in securing something for the future generations. This American nigga don't think like that. He only thinks about the here and now and what's in his own best interest. That's how we think. That's how we think, man. We don't view our children as our successors. We view them as our contemporaries. This is why this is part of the social de-evolution you see in Black society, where now, you know, I've seen people make this observation how, you know, like grandparents, both men and women, they appear to be younger nowadays, but it's not because Black don't crack. It's because the motherfucking asses are immature. And what it is, you have these older niggas competing with the younger ones. That's why. You don't view these up and comers as your successors. You think they're your fucking contemporary. Well, because this is the way this nigga has been socialized to think and been conditioned to think. He doesn't think about the future, doesn't think about the long game. Only about the here and now and what's in his own best interest in his own self-aggrandizement.
I mean, and you really look at it, you know, that statement is so true on so many levels, where you're seeing these older dudes, you know, they're in their, you know, 50s talking about pickup artist shit. About that. The young dudes following this older nigga and sit there up in this older nigga's face that's telling him that the women want older men, but what he's really doing is trying to make himself more appeasing to younger women.
Yeah,
right.
About that.
Right. And even in that, Cerulean, because I get what you're saying, and I do know that you do have this thing now. I've noticed this phenomenon too, where you have younger sisters who are, I would say, overly attracted to older men. But what that actually is it's an indictment of the failure of those men to prepare the younger men for what they need to be doing. That's why the sisters are predisposed to these older men, because there's a quality that the older men may have that the younger men don't, because the older men have failed the younger men. That's what's inherent in that. It goes back to that exact same thing of what I was just talking about, how we've been on this thing now where we've been all about what's in our own best interest and our own self-aggrandizement. This has been the pretty much the standard for a long, like what we was just talking about. Like, this is why you had these niggas coming up in the wake of the civil rights movement who could get these positions of prominence and enrich themselves, because it's that same type of thinking. Well, now you don't. Now there's an imbalance that exists between young Black men and young Black women. Well, now this is why you see so many sisters talking about niggas can't get on my level. On a certain level, they're not lying. Like that what they're saying isn't without merit or isn't without validity. There is an imbalance that exists now, and it's because too many of the older men at that time period, when they should have been on a red pill shit, then they weren't. They were enjoying the leisure. They were enjoying the easy sexual fucking access. And now you want to come back some 20, 30, 40, 50 years after the fact and only want to blame sisters, don't want to hold any responsibility or any accountability. This was always my argument when they was talking about, well, we was pushed out the home. Yeah, you may have been pushed out the home, but you wasn't pushed out the community. You were there the whole time.
So you mean to tell me that a milk truck came by in exchange for your grown black ass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now if I have a conversation with her, get in the milk truck, nigga.
Mm-hmm. It's the truth, man. You know, and now
And these young folks don't even understand. Like the older guys are still trying to live their second, 20s and 30s.
right. 40 is the new 30. I talked about that the other day too. 40 is the new 30. No, it's not.
40 is 40. It's like these big chicks we talk about say this is it. No, it's not. Every age group, that's what you are.
It's gonna be the new 50, 60 is gonna
Right.
be the new 60, nigga. Hey, I mean, I've even heard derelict Negro Bills like, man, I'm 40, I'm 45, 46 years old. I look better than you. like fuck out of here. Like, and what it is, I think because because of the life I live is different. That like I guess sexual appetites don't like appease me the way that they did in my teens and 20s.
Right.
And it is so interesting to see these older dudes that this is the first time they're actually living the life that they should have been living when in their teens and 20s. They're going through all of these things that a tween would go through, or
right,
20-something would go through.
Right.
They're like, why are you having all of these motherfucking problems with these motherfucking women? Like, this is the type of shit that a motherfucking 20-something-year-old go through.
Right. Arrested development, man.
50-something-year-old motherfucker is supposed to be going through.
Right.
Like 50-something motherfucking years old talking about you got to bat 25-year-olds with a stick. It's like, boy, if you don't get your suspicious ass out of here.
I tell you, man, strange world, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's very juvenile, and so when I see people in my own peer group who I know are in the same age range that I am, and I see them, operating in a very juvenile way, it lets me know what the likelihood is for their children and where they are. Not to judge these people as parents, but I'm talking about from a cultural aspect, from a within a social context of how we're not progressing at this point. We're regressing. We're going backwards.
Mm-hmm.
We're going in the wrong direction. We're going in an untoward direction. You look at the conversation and what the conversations are. We only want to spend a little bit of time on pertinent issues, and then we want to spend the rest of our time on nigga shit, sex,
pussy,
other dumb shit, sports, bread, and circuses. But the real pertinent issues that we need to have a conversation, that we need to be talking about, because at least if you talk about it, if you brainstorm about it, you might come up on a solution by accident. See what I'm saying? If you talk about solutions enough, you might come up on solutions by accident. But we don't even pay enough attention or spend enough time talking about what we need to talk about. I posted it on my Facebook page the other day. The average attention span of an American in 2013 was 8 seconds. The average attention span of a goldfish is 9. What does that potential? And you know with whatever is taking place in Black society, in American society, it's even hyperized in Black society. So it's the attention span probably 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's right.
They can't even pay attention. They can't pay attention long enough to Cerulean to grasp what he's saying. They can't pay attention long enough.
They don't pay attention to you. You get
right.
me? And even
they think that's boring. They think it's boring.
Yeah,
but until the reality come down, I see what it is you always fatten up Goyim before the slaughter. You always fatten them up. See, you niggas think you think it's not tyranny because you're comfortable under the tyranny. Mm-hmm. You've carved out a place of comfort for yourself under the tyranny, but they always fatten up Goyim before the slaughter. They always fatten up the Goyim before the slaughter. So eventually you're going to have to face it. You're going to have to deal with the reality sooner or later. The weed ain't going to stop you getting high, ain't going to stop you from facing the reality. Hiding out in the black woman vagina ain't going to stop you from facing, like Dr. Francis Cress Wilson said, ain't going to stop you from facing the reality. Making little nigga music ain't going to stop you from facing the reality of what's actually going on. Sooner or later, you're going to, what Thanos said, run from it, dread it, destiny comes all the same. You're going to have to face the situation sooner or later. So but when Cerulean dropping his science, they niggas think it's boring. And they'll follow a clown and a jester. See, this is what they'll follow.
But
until one day they say, okay, that's it, show's over. You know, you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here. You know what I'm saying? And one day they say, okay, enough is enough.
But you have to think about
this is where you're headed. This is where the society is headed. If Civil War was to pop off right now, do we have any idea how ill prepared and equipped we are?
Shit, I didn't want my gut to that. Already showed
we're not, you know, I would tell, I remember I was telling Deity that, Chaos, we niggas not even in the game.
Yeah.
We're not even in the game. These people been preparing, like these militias and shit, they've been preparing for this shit since the 70s, man.
And longer than that.
And what's going to happen, and I keep in mind, I'm someone who's come from a kind of like apocalyptic situation with Hurricane Katrina. So I know what it looks like when a society, the society has devolved and there is no law and order. It's every man for himself. See, I know what that's like. And you have to navigate yourself and your family to a place of safety. I know what that is like. See, but the vast majority of us have no idea. See and it's going to be the same thing of what it always is. When there is no law and order, and when there is no governmental control, when the government's hands are tied, so to speak, those same militias who you see running up into the Capitol and all that, and who ready to go to war with the government, they're going to turn their guns on you too. But you don't have no guns you don't have nothing to fight back with because you got on Jordans. And you got on your what was Cerulean saying, them shoes, you got on brands. You know, you got on bling, but you don't have no guns, no ammo, nothing that's necessary for survival. Because you've been a consumer. You've been thinking like a hyper consumer.
You got your heeled Chelsea boots.
You're sitting there trying to run, one of the goddamn heels break off. You know what I'm saying? All right, keep playing. Keep fucking, like Cerulean said, that's the real not fucking around coalition. I'm telling you, man, go on YouTube. One time I was watching his YouTube channel, right? And this is a while back, so it's always been, because I just started watching those types of channels again, because I know they white supremacists, but I'm trying to get information. I'm here hustling on how to do the shit. So I was watching this one, and this guy, he was like testing like different body armor. And he had like a dummy, you know, like they be trying to be funny and they give their dummies names like that they be shooting at, right? And he called the name of that dummy was Tyrone. That was the name of that dummy that he was shooting at. And the face was a Negroid face. I wish I could find that video.
Yeah.
See, so when it breaks down. And when the government's hands are tied, and when the local police they can't be everywhere at once. Those same militia groups are going to turn their guns on you, and they're going to say you were looting.
And we gotta understand also that you turning your Uzi sideways and spraying is not even comparative to a dude who's been tactical.
No, that's true.
You know,
AR-15. One of them assault rifles and know how to precision. You see young kids, non-black kids up there to shoot like tar packs, like bing, 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 hitting on the man. Bing, 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 bing.
And I just talked to Mary about that yesterday. And I when I bought that shotgun on New Year's Day, me and my girl saw my girl 21 So she never been to a range. I'm gonna take her, but
Right.
I saw a little girl who was no older than like 6, and this dude was buying her a pellet gun to get her ready to shoot a 22.
Right.
But we got our daughters in the street twerking.
Right. Yeah, they do it.
You know?
They do it through the, they do it through the music and through everything else. See, like for me, for a long time, I've owned guns sporadically in my home, but it would always I've got 6 children, so they was always smaller. So I would always be worried. I spent a lot of my time on the road, so I would get rid of them. Now, like I said the other day, every man should have an armory. You should have a cache of weapons. You need a sidearm. You need a revolver in case you got to do something dirty to a nigga. You need an assault rifle, and you need a shotgun for home defense. At the very minimum, that's what you need.
But
At the very minimum.
But I like how you laid it out earlier, man, because I mean, this is the truth. We're gonna have to face this sooner or later, and it seemed like when you talk like that, all of a sudden niggas want to, indulge themselves or talking themselves out of it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Automatically offer, oh no, that won't work. Oh, we can't, we can do this though. Then it's like, bro, haven't we not done that already as a people?
Never let us do this,
Exactly.
Right. Come on,
They ain't
man.
gonna let us do that. What you mean? Like one time I was having a debate. I think I forgot that dude guy named Muhammad. I told him, man, if you really all you would have to do is just stop consuming. Wait, ain't that mean we gonna starve to death? Did you say any means by any means necessary or not? You know what I'm saying? Like if it come down to it, what you gonna do? If it come down to it, what he said? Who was that? I think Alexander Hamilton. Give me liberty or give me death.
Yeah.
That was the 2 choices as it was laid out. So why are you making all these other qualifiers when we start talking about by any means? See, that's what I'm telling you. Just pay attention. That's why, like, come on, man. You start laying out by any means, real by any means, and watch how the disposition change. That's what it is. You really don't want to do what's necessary. You comfortable.
No, because half the time they're not trying to do what's needed. They're trying to employ that energy to other people so they can just sit there and talk about it.
Right.
See, here's the thing: when you put them on the spotlight, and you be like, okay, how are you gonna add to this so-called revolt? They start pivoting, but they were just talking in quote unquote code and stuff like that to tell you subliminally, hey, I'm gonna need you to pick up this rifle and fight for our people. But they won't do it.
Nah, they won't. They won't even fight for themselves. That's what I'm saying. Like they won't even fight for themselves. Like here it is. Niggas don't even have the strength of character to not pander to an audience. To not even you're such a slave to the dollar and to comfort that you'll put dollar over principle. So you'll say whatever will get you paid. You'll say whatever will get you paid. Yeah, like this is what dudes be doing. Like they'll pander to the audience because that's what's getting them paid. And the sisters do it too, but we ain't talking about sisters. You're supposed to be the leader. You're supposed to be the initiator. You're supposed to be the standard bearer. That's why you don't see me. I try not to cater like that. I'm gonna tell you what I think, whether you agree with it or not. If you rock with it, you do. If you don't, you don't. But I'm not gonna sell out my principles for money or for nothing.
I mean, there's a lot, there's a lot of niggas that we can name right now in YouTube that's doing that.
Yeah.
Which is why you see, there's a specific one that's had so many motherfucking name changes and platform changes.
Right.
Yeah.
You gotta look at what you're doing. What's gonna be the net effects of what you're saying? Yeah, it sound good. Yeah, you getting subscribers or whatever the case is. It's funny, is we laugh and you think it's, but what are you doing to the young impressionable minds that's hearing what you're saying? We don't even know or consider how through our adoption of capitalist values we advocate for our own racial suicide. But they'll tell you, like Cerulean was saying, they'll start talking that red pill shit as if race isn't a pertinent issue. But I got the fucking book, man. Like when these top white men was constructing shit, they talked like that. Like they talked in the terms of of race suicide. So they're thinking about the whole group. They ain't just thinking about themselves. They was thinking about the whole group. This is why elite white men or the so-called high value white men would put things in place to make otherwise low value white men at least be middle class white men. That's why. Because they understood that if they didn't, the race would die out. Because they wouldn't be able to afford the children in an industrialized, modernized setting. That wasn't based on an agrarian economy.
See, now you're hitting that another element, because you know, you have Negroes running around here telling these folks the wrong shit. Got them concerned with what's being a high value man. Like, one, if you can't put another brother in the middle class, you ain't nothing high value about you.
Right, exactly.
But see, we also gotta look at the fact that those people who are elevated, or whatever the case may be, those people, see, white society, when it comes to power, they teach us the inverse, the reverse. They hold, you know, and at the end of the day, what they do is, when any type of celebrity that may feel any type of remorse or any type of connection to Black society for suffering from injustice or racism, they'll individualize that person because they know that person got the money. So they'll individualize, oh, why are you worried about that? Oh, it didn't happen to you, X, Y, and Z. But racism comes for us all the same. Right. And that's what a lot of these people don't like to understand, because they're in a position where they could suffer less.
Well, you look at what's happening right now. They have collectivized, these poor whites have collectivized their struggle. I mean, I'm moving in the mass the way that they are. See, everything that you're seeing happening with the storming the castle or the White House debunks the last 80 years of everything that these white supremacists have been saying.
Yep.
It nullifies everything that they've been saying. So are we going to have a recanting by Charles Murray?
Right.
Are we going to have a recanting by, what's the other guy's name? Obsidian's,
who? David Carroll?
Not David Carroll.
Peterson?
Not Jordan Peterson.
Who? Ben Shapiro?
Well, yeah, everything Ben Shapiro fucking nullified. They talk all that shit. Whiny ass Jew got to say about,
right.
But you ain't reporting on this shit. You want to know why? Because them poor whites will snatch that yarmulke right off his motherfucking scalp.
You commie motherfucker. Yeah, like them Protestant Christian whites, man, they can't stand them Jews, man. Yeah, they can't stand them Jews. They view them Jews as seditious. You know what I'm saying? They really do, man. But not that, yeah, that's the truth, man. See what they run that game on us, man. Like even like the whole thing with the fatherless home and that type of stuff. Like I said, man, when the Italians and when the Irish and when the Jewish were in those slums and in those ghettos in those northern cities, and they was engaging in what they was engaging in, bootlegging and prostitution and all this other shit, because they were economically marginalized. No one ever blamed it on their daddy. No one ever blamed it on masculinity, whether it was they were hyper masculine or whether they were less masculine. Nobody ever blamed it on that. Only when it comes to us do we portray the inclinations of violence and criminality in that environment. Only do we attribute it to some particular pathology that's endemic to Blackness. We never put it within the context of the environment that is taking place in, when they know that that's what that environment does. They know that that's why they created the suburbs. So you couldn't have a middle class in the city. Because the city environment is not conducive to a family setting, to a traditional family setting. The vices that exist in the city, like prostitution or gambling or drinking,
Right.
will eventually erode the social cohesion amongst that group. And so the group will come more individualized. So this is why they made an avenue for these other European immigrants to migrate out into the suburbs and gave them access to middle class status and middle class living while leaving us there. And then when they left us there, they then deindustrialized those cities,
Yeah.
taking the economic and the tax base away, and then putting figurehead Negroes in so-called quasi positions of authority after they had already gutted and depleted the resources from that area and funneled it into the suburbs. But yet we'll take up these talking points. We'll take it up and we'll create an entire gender war around it and never really get to the real issue or get to the real culprit. And we've fallen for this political sleight of hand. Wow, the government, because this wasn't just done on a state or local level, the federal government of the United States was wholly steeped in this and implicated in this and allowed this. They allowed it.
Well, it's not just that, but I mean, James B. Conant wrote, City Slums and Suburbs back in the 20s.
Right.
Okay. And
I'm writing that down right now because I want to get that book. You said James B.
Conant,
Conant.
Conant.
Okay. Cities and slums.
The slums. There's Slums and Suburbs.
Okay.
That's one of the books that E. Franklin Frazier used for
his book, right? Yeah.
It's actually one of the major books because in that book that James B. Conant he wrote, he wasn't talking about a black community. He's talking about the Irish community and
yep.
and so on.
Right.
And now what you have is this generational game of telephone. This it's really just reemerged old Southern strategy talking points that have reemerged as this genderized conversation about how shitty black women is.
Right.
I was like, so you're telling me that everything that white society has been saying about you is true then?
Mm-hmm.
Because if everything the black woman does is defective, that means because you came out of that black hole, that means you can't do no good anyway.
Right.
That means
right. Apple don't fall far from the tree.
Mm-hmm. But see, that would serve the impetus of a full on total annihilation of black folk.
Right.
Because that's how the preamble starts to eliminating a population. Mm-hmm. And now when you have said population that is believing this very same thing, well, it can't be wrong. I mean, the people that live in that community say it. Mm-hmm. Now you basically just giving permission for your full on removal. Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
That's the danger of cooning.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. You're right.
Having this contextless, argument. And I remember, B just kept saying it, but black women gonna have to do better. Black women gonna have to do better. Like, so you're basically advocating for gynocracy. So you're telling them that they should be able to do your motherfucking job, and then give up that power to your sorry black ass who ain't did shit.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Anyway,
you got to talk about it's like that quote says: it's better to build strong children than to repair broken men. And so even because I won't deny that we do have to get more and better from sisters, but what I'm saying is that you have to start that at its inception point. Like they have to be socialized to do that. Like you're not gonna do that by lambasting and browbeating black women in these public forums and public spaces. That's not going to do it.
The first motherfuckers that's got to be re-socialized is this Negro male.
I would agree with that too.
All of the stats point to, okay, you're the furthest behind.
Right.
If you're the one that's been left behind, who needs the motherfucking work? Them or you? Because last time I checked, they're just motherfucking trying to hold shit up in spite of not having a productive Negro male. And all the stats actually point to that.
Right. Right.
I mean, the whole country's focus has always been on keeping the black male down. Period. Anyway,
I'm not talking about keeping the black male down. I'm talking about empowering the black male, but he's got to be focused in the right motherfucking direction. Not because the gender argument keeps him focused on aspirations of pussy.
No, exactly.
You listen to that suspicious talk about high value men. all of that shit really is motherfucking a set of rhetoric to keep Negroes in the motherfucking hamster wheel for competing for pussy.
Right.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. See, we lost sight of the fact that instead of blaming and saying they need the help and they need the work, so we lost sight of the fact that society is really aimed totally destroying the men first. That's what I mean.
Well, it's because they know that they know that the men are their inherent competition because males compete. Males compete for power, for privilege, and the right to procreate. That's what males do.
Trying to tamper down. They're trying to tamper down these young motherfucking millennial and Z men to keep them from being able to compete with their old ass so they could live their second fucking childhood. If you really want to know what all of that shit is about. These older niggas sitting there telling you, man, stay away from single mothers. Why? Because they don't want you fucking with their baby mamas that they made. One of the main proponents of that rhetoric is laid up with another nigga's baby mama.
I think you're giving them too much credit there. I think see what I see nowadays, right? When I looked over there in that space and I saw the progression of it, it's this weird thing because they started naming it, was it 2.0, 3.0?
Yeah, they keep changing the different gigs.
Yeah, like it's like a Windows 95 Vista bad update. Like every time you see there's a new update that doesn't work right? And then they just act like it didn't exist because they changed their whole verbiage, right? First it was the pro-black argument, which is the strongest consistent argument, right? Because it encompasses the whole community, but it puts agency on black men, right? So, but then you would have to take the utter responsibility of saying that in whole and in the situation that black men in as a whole in society, we somewhere along the lines, not our fault, but is our fault because it's not a woman's job to challenge the environment. It's actually a man's job to challenge the environment, regardless of what that environment is. Right? And if this is not true, then how are human people living in the desert or living in colder climates, right? Or living further inland? Men get together and men challenge the environment. They invent things to make the cost of living. Like, why are people in droves moving from California into Arizona? Ain't Arizona desert?
No, it's cheap.
No, I'm just saying. Like, you're moving away. Like, think about it.
Hell of a lot cheaper and safer than living in an overloaded slum like Los Angeles.
But here's the crazy part, right? It's, we're talking about, let's just talk about men in general, right? Let's just say men in general, right? You got a whole ocean next to you. We have modern technology. I used to be on a Navy ship. We used to throw away more clean water overboard than keep it on board because we used to make so much. So an RO unit, 2 RO units can make enough water to feed a whole city. You know how I know this? Because when they had that goddamn shit in Thailand with that tsunami, 2 Navy destroyers off the coast gave the city of Pattaya power and fresh, clean water with no problem, right? So if that's the case, and you got all of this money in Los Angeles, how in the fuck do you motherfuckers not have water when the ocean is right there? Right there. Right there. It doesn't make no sense, but people in Nevada got water. And they're in the desert. People in Arizona, they got water. Matter of fact, they got water and air conditioning. Right? You having power outages in California. That means that the men that are in charge have not conquered and been in harmony with the environment, which causes the decay of said state to the level in which they become in debt. There's famine, there's homelessness, and people are moving the fuck out in droves, right? You're having a great southern migration in reverse. It's not go west, young man, it's go south, young man. So now these are white men. These are the majority of that are in power in the United States. You're seeing the decline and you're seeing the dereliction of these white men. The dereliction is so bad that they ran up in the goddamn fucking federal building. Right? You're looking at that right there, that type of dereliction to that point where a white man told another white man, I don't care about your fucking suffering. I'm not giving you this $2,000 stimulus package. Fuck you, take this $600 and go about your business. And they got together and they said, no, fuck you, because we outnumber you and we gonna show you. And guess what they did? They waltzed right in there and the motherfuckers went and hide. Now, what I'm basically saying is this. If everything starts and ends with the man, right? Now, these same white men were on these online spaces way before these black men were up here championing these ideas of it's the woman's fault, right? The woman first it went child support, then it went I can't see my kids, then it went I don't got no rights, then it went I can't have access to the pussy because she want to choose the wrong type of man. It's her fault. Then it went so extreme where the men started killing the women, right? All these crazy dudes start running around, shooting up fucking yoga studios and shit like that, right? Then the men started to realize it's not the women's fault. It's these fucking men's fault. They using these women to beat us over the head. Now, the problem is in those spaces with black men at, they haven't got the memo. The white men got the memo. Niggas is just late to the party with everything. Now you're having this dissonance because that whole, well, nigga, we can all get passports and go to another country. Well, COVID stopped that. And only like 2% of black men will ever even do that anyway. Because niggas don't even want to get on planes. Because if a nigga can't fly somewhere, can't drive somewhere, he ain't going. Because niggas don't like planes. They don't. Ask people in your family they gonna fly somewhere. What's the first thing they gonna tell you? I'll wait. Right? So you can't SBM. You can't do all this other shit. So the only thing that you fucking can do is stop blaming everything else. Take agency upon yourself and say it's the fucking environment. Let me challenge the fucking environment. Challenge that shit. And that means that I need to incorporate myself and compete against another group of motherfucking men. And if I conquer some shit, then the women will follow in tow because they naturally would like to rest in said environment. Whether it's you or the government. And most women, they would rather be nesting with a man than with some fictitious form of government that'll move and sway whenever they see fit. And the government just showed how much it gives a fuck about its women because the only person that died in the last 2 uprisings with these motherfucking far right dudes was women. One woman got ran over in Virginia. Another woman got shot in the fucking chest. Think about it. No men died in these protests, but it has been women when they actually protested. So this is just my thoughts, just watching this shit from afar. And I do like to raise my hand and say I live in a patriarchy. And I do like to say a lot of niggas that are complaining on YouTube would not even last an inkling in a patriarchy, because most patriarchies have a high suicide rate from the male side. And this is facts. So the so-called gynocracy is actually keeping you whiny bitch ass niggas alive.
Well, that's what I said. The reason why, like that's the whole thing. Like that niggas don't even understand what patriarchy is. Patriarchy is how you order and stratify men.
Yes.
That's what it is. The women are nothing but proxies for power. In that context, the women, like you even gotta debate with them on how the women are the prize. Like that's nature. That's Bateman's principle. Females are a resource that males compete over. You see that throughout the animal kingdom, not just with primates or with humans. You see that throughout the animal kingdom. Males compete for the right to copulate their seed with the female.
Exactly. And you know what? I have an equation. Would everybody like to hear my equation?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. P to the second power times P to the fourth power equals P. Do anybody know what that means? Right? Provisions squared times provisions to the times protection to the fourth power equals P. You know what P is? P is peace and a piece of pussy. Because these niggas only get peace when they got some pussy.
Mm-hmm.
So let me explain it, right? If you're providing, you have to provide for yourself, you have to provide for your mate, right? So that means you have a woman, right? But we all know that provisions alone do not keep a woman. Hence the educated, lame, six-figure, high-value nigga versus the Pookie and Ray Ray argument. Because the homosexual that sits on the couch in the hood, why does he have more access to pussy that these niggas are crying about? Because he can protect the pussy. But that doesn't mean he's in power, because he doesn't get the peace. See, you can't get the pussy, but that doesn't mean he has peace of mind, because she's always telling him how much he doesn't provide. So he has to quadruple up his protection. You get how that works? So he doesn't have any power. He doesn't have any peace, and he certainly ain't getting no pussy. Because at any time, she can change that nigga out, or she can have a side nigga or a simp nigga, which will be the six-figure nigga that might not even sniff the pussy, because she getting the provisions by providing for the HDMI one nigga sitting on the couch.
But even that argument now I think we all know that you do have a segment of sisters, right, that love like they have an affinity for the street dude or whatever, and a lot of times it's because many of these sisters come from that type of environment. I mean, you had that thing with what that was, gotta have a roughneck. That's it, that type of shit, right? But hold on, because this whole thing where sisters don't like smart dudes and all that shit is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That shit is bullshit, man. Like,
I'm not saying that I'm just saying that in context. It's all about protection.
Right,
so
right.
Let me break it down. Let's move it from the sisters and let's move it at women overall, right? So let me give you a perfect example. Perfect example, right? Okay. Remember Thug Bay, right? Right. Who got locked up, had the mug shot. He becomes a model, right?
Right, yeah.
Right? Now, this was his fifth stint in prison. He had a wife. He was married. He had kids. He gets divorced and married to the heiress of Top Shop. Now, the heiress of Top Shop is a billionaire, right? She is a high-value woman, right?
Right.
She's in the top 1% of the world of earners. Better yet, the top 0.001% of women, right? Why in the hell is she dating down with a roughneck ass dude? Because of protection, right? It's a protection mindset. Now, what I mean is protection is your provisions mean nothing if you can't protect it. And if a woman feels as though the only thing that you can provide but you can't protect, regardless if you're a smart dude or not, there's plenty of smart, very intellectual dudes that will fuck you up, right?
That's true too.
If you fuck with their family, that's what a woman has to feel. Now, in our case, in the environment that a lot of us come from, we come from said environment where the protectors are the rough dudes, and then the guys that are the smart guys are not considered protectors because they have not been tested in that realm because they didn't have to because of those guys are filling that environment. But best believe that doesn't mean anything. Right? Because that means is that if that woman chooses that type of man and she's in that environment and you're a 6-figure nigga, then why are you dealing with downtrodden hoes in the first place? You need to be dealing with upper class women in the first place. Is that not?
We want to deal with downtrodden hoes because those are the only hoes that they got power over.
And they don't have, and the complaints is that they don't have power over those.
Really, they don't even have power over. They think because they might be slightly, higher up on the socioeconomic ladder that they should be able to have or exercise some power. That's that myth of white manhood I was talking about.
And there you go. And that's what I said is if a woman feels that you can provide and you can protect at the same time, right? Now you have to carry your code, right? Right? You have to carry your code. You have to provide. You have to protect. These are the basics of anything. Now, if you provide and protect, now we go along the physical protection. Now you got to go to the emotional protection, right? You know what I'm saying? And that means you have to give her attention. You have to be there as a person that can hear and whatever and communicate. You know what I'm saying? If we get into all of this, you don't just come in, wake up in the morning. Yeah, I got this 6-figure house. I'm a 6-figure nigga. I'm this, that, the third. And I'm protecting raw my masculinity. Bend over, bitch. Take this dick. Y'all. No, that's not how that works. You actually have to be in a relationship with a person and actually have some type of communicational skills with this woman. You have to have a personality. She has to understand that I will follow you, but you will listen to good counsel when needed, but I will defer to you. This leads to automatic submission because if you can provide, that means you are conquering the environment. If you can protect, you are conquering the environment. If you are providing and protecting emotionally and physically, you're doing all of the this woman will
But I think there's another component to it too, though, and I think there's another component to it too, and that's natural selection. Like aside from that, the protection and provision piece, which I do agree with, like females will pick their mates based on the physical traits and characteristics. So like lionesses, they choose their mates based on how thick and how dark the lion's mane is. So some of this is just biological too, like what sisters are basically attracted to. And what you have the argument of these other brothers making is they're saying, well, because I make this money, because I'm 6-figure, sisters, you shouldn't be going with what makes you attractive. You should go with the men who, quote unquote, are productive. That's what they're saying. And so what they're saying is, well, you choosing this man just because he's a jawline or he over 6 foot or whatever the trait is. But they doing it. See what they're doing is they're doing the exact same thing of what they're accusing sisters of. Because what it really is you want these bad bitches, but the bad bitches don't want you necessarily.
You guys are overloading my brain with too much logic. You mean to tell me? Tell me that I have to do more than just put on this Easter themed blazer with the candles from Bath and Body Works.
Yeah, man, you're going to much more better blazer, better suit. You're going to have to come correct with some else.
I can't just wear the pastel yellow tie with the lavender shirt.
Nah, my nigga, you're gonna have to do better than that.
Here's the thing, right?
You can't have a mink
coat. Not lavender. Not lavender.
My mink coat too. I can't have that on with my suit. No, man.
How come she just don't choose me based on my violet Chelsea boots? I thought the Easter theme was in, I got the pastel pink shirt on with the pastel yellow tie with the Easter theme over jacket on. Yeah. I thought got the women. You telling me that's not what gets the women's?
Yeah, that doesn't get the pussy wet, my nigga.
No, I would say this, right? I would say this, and this is just me, when you know, I was listening to just
I was
watching things from
told by Suspicious Samuels that all I needed was a pastel colored blazer with some Chanel number 9 and some played out Christian Louboutins from places elsewhere.
you know, when I grew up, only women wore Chanel number 9. But I'm just saying that was just me. I guess.
But he told me the Easter theme was in.
It ain't even Easter yet. Shit, we didn't get the carnival of Lent yet. The fuck?
Like, you know,
Black History Month yet.
But you make it too much sense. I was told all of these things. I was told that the pussy was gonna be in the mail.
Oh, you talking about the Rona pussy? Oh, because women needed provisions, so they were just gonna throw themselves.
Yeah. Plus, you know, told me to pick up these pink Christian Louboutins with the, you know, Easter colored blazer on.
Like,
No, number 9.
Have y'all noticed, right? And this is just me. Have y'all noticed that, right? Online, I've you know, articles have come out about how women, right, that have jobs, that had careers, because they can't make ends meet, they have to regulate themselves to OnlyFans.
I know. Isn't it sad, my dude?
It's not sad. It's not
That's the feminization of poverty. Poverty is largely a female issue, and that's because men, like what I was just talking about, menopause environment in a monetized world, you get paid for that. Like the women's division, that was always the sticking point with the feminists as they were going to war with these, you know, with white men. It was their division of labor wasn't monetized. You didn't get paid for that. So you didn't get paid for being a housewife. There was no fringe benefits, no vacation time, no hourly wage assigned to the female division of labor. That's what you know. It's yeah. Like, see, what we think is, we think women will automatically leverage sex to get what they want, but that's what you have to do when you have a consortium of men that control the resources and who want sex. It's demand and supply.
On in Chelsea boots and this pastel color.
and you know what? And I'm like, and you know what? You do have a point, but that still goes to differ that at the end of the day, long as a woman is at least a 5.5 to a 6, she has the God gift of leveraging the now for provisions.
Right. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I'm not. I understand that, but you know what? And you're right. And this, but again, like I said, I look at it. It's like what we say: the men are the initiators, so it's demand and supply. Like you look at now how we have. I think we all can agree that the twerking and the over sexualization, how sisters many times make themselves low hanging fruit through buying into that. But it's because that's what we put our emphasis on as men. For a long time, the socialization was telling us to only care about getting sex the easiest, the quickest, and the fastest. So now what's happened, that because of that, you've created an arms race among sisters, where now, because this is what you desired or what you said you desired as men, now you have an overabundance of it, and now you don't have enough a high stable of women who can do the motherhood woman wife thing. See, but that's your fault as the men, because you were only concerned with the easy sexual gratification. You weren't. That's what I was saying. Like, niggas wasn't espousing family building principles in the 80s and the 90s. Let's just tell the fucking truth. Like, at one point in time in this country, sisters were sexually conservative. But what would happen? Brothers would go and slum with these white women.
With music,
brothers would go and slum with white women. Right. And then come to black women. So now, in order to compete, black women got to do more sexually. Now, I remember it was a time in black society where sisters would not do fellatio. They would not give blowjobs.
Yeah,
we get that shit from white society.
I'm gonna say like this, right? And his, you know, and you're right about that, because and where does that come from? That comes from the rights, right? That white women got by tricking black women and joining their cause for their misguided rights, but they were the only ones to be able to cash those in, right? Off the backs of black people for the second time, right? So like the women's suffrages and you know, so forth, and the first wave of feminism came off the backs of the black folks when they got their freedom and they
I've
right.
always surmised, Dre, that when I look at when I look at this like red pill theology,
Right.
it's really just the fourth wave of feminism.
Yeah.
Because you look at it, this is a overly you know, effeminized or suspicious male.
Right.
Espousing, you know, yesteryear's talking points that have been long debunked.
Yeah.
You know, you're talking about single motherhood. Well, last time I checked, single motherhood is two parts. One part, the fact that a single penis went into a single woman and created a single baby, and you signed up for some pussy, but you dodged the responsibility.
Yeah, and to be honest, like I think you said this before, like until
but hate the consequence.
And to be honest, until what, the 80s, like late 70s, 80s, you know, child support wasn't a problem, right? And child support, and we all know that it's more white women on welfare. It's more white women. There's more white women that can get welfare and child support quicker, and they are more likely to put you on child support quicker than black women will.
And they get more. They get more per child and everything.
They get more, right? So they get it quicker, they get it faster, and they quick to put you on it, right? So the whole child support argument, and in certain cases, because there's no definites in the universe, I've seen it on both ends. There's no definites in the universe. There are cases where these brothers do have a point where the woman, and you know, she used the child as a battering ram, but a lot of times, in a lot of situations, in no more than not, that if a black woman is putting you on child support, she may threaten to put you on child support. She may say it, but if she's got to go there sometimes in a majority fashion, she has got to her wits end with you, and the dude is being derelict in his responsibilities, right? Regardless of whatever. And a lot of times, women say a lot of things, and they're just women, right? But what I'm basically saying is this: in the whole nutshell, is that the mainstream sexualization where black women have to compete, right? And women in general, this whole body positivity and putting yourself out there. I've started to look at some things, and you know, this is me living outside the country. I have noticed that the sanctity of being married, the single parent household, or the woman working, or the raising of the children, or in these patriarchal societies, or something like that, there is one key factor that people have failed to realize something. One key factor, right? And the key factor is that in all of these countries, prostitution is legal. Right? See, the thing is that men that have resources, right? But they have these resources, but they are not tethered to a family. And what I mean is the family does not control who they marry, because marriage, at the end of the day, regardless of what they want to tell you, is about building legacy. It is a business, right? Yep. It is about two families coming together for the aspirations of building wealth, to move from one class to another class, or to sustain the class in which they're in. Now, poor people, they have the option to marry for love because they ain't got shit, right? But in the middle class or the upper middle class or whatever classes that you're in, that's what marriage is for. Now, the articles of prostitution are on the table, and they are there for a reason, because the people that have the time, that have the money, the men, so they're not running around here just aimlessly making these babies and not taking account for these babies. They can get their sexual desires off, sow their royal oats without spoiling the potential heirs or suitors or carriers of the nesters that take care of the environment in which you come, which are the women. See, this is why this in this capitalist society, by making prostitution illegal. Now think about this, right? And the reason why I'm saying this, prostitution is illegal but legal. OnlyFans, we know what OnlyFans is, right? That is prostitution.
It is prostitution.
That's prostitution, right? Pornhub, that's prostitution, right? That is prostitution, right? Right? So there's two people on screen having sex with each other. There's a woman doing whatever, or whoever's doing whatever they're doing, and you're there, right? Do you pay for it directly? Not really, no. If you're watching it, there's so many ads that pop up that it pays for itself through AdSense and revenue, right? But that is prostitution. There's a workaround to that, right? Now, if prostitution was just legal, just like opioids is legal that kill people, just like drugs and alcohol is legal that kill people, there will be a section of people, men, women, or whatever, that will go into that. That will then drive down this hypergamous thing where now that you have a choice, right? Because everybody wants to be compensated for their time, right? They want to be compensated for their time. Now, are there men that just go and have sex and do all of that other shit? Yeah. Right? Are there men that just go and do whatever they do? Yeah. Are there women that just go and whatever they do? And being married at that time. Like, remember in the before 1907, there were cat houses, right? They used to have cat houses. They used to have gentlemen's clubs. Married men used to go out and whatever. This was a thing. Did married women go do it? Yeah. The brothels and shit. Did married women do their thing? Yeah, they did their thing. Because if he's out hanging out with the boys on Tuesday night once a month doing the boy thing, best believe she would, you know what I'm saying? She got her little pool guy over here and put it right here. But prostitution, I think, should be legal. And this is a societal thing for men, which will bring down something, and you won't have all these single households with these single parents running around overall. Now, does nature balance itself? What is the problem now? Birth rates are low overall. Birth rates for black folk are low. Birth rates for white folk are extremely low. And the reason why this is a fact is because why are they repealing the abortion laws? Why are they making abortion illegal in certain states? Why are they repealing Planned Parenthood? Because black people do not benefit from Planned Parenthood. We don't get anything from that, right? We don't get any, like, white women can go get birth control. They can go get abortion shit done. They got Planned Parenthood is for white folk, for white women, right? White women fuck more on average than black women ever will. You know what I'm saying? They just have the economics in that they can abort the baby or they'll do
every damn week. Getting their scraper on, you know.
Yeah.
Wait, guys. Okay. Before we continue, let me answer Cherry's question. Is YouTube prostitution? To me, Bomb, to be honest with you, how I look at with black YouTube, I don't see it. Now, if you guys
only if you're selling out, I think that YouTube can be a tool for political prostitution. Yeah, especially
depending on how you look at it. I'm like, depending on how you look at it. Yeah. I'm like,
yeah, it's all in how you look at it. Like you just said, you know. But I'm not monetized. So if you're doing it for free, then it's a hobby.
I mean, you see some of these guys that that regularly change their name to try to catch the algorithm. You know, they try to catch that algorithm because they want to go viral and be a big YouTube star. You know.
Wow.
Yeah.
But have absolutely nothing to say that's of any consequence to black society and the black community in a positive way or in a progressive way. Like if what you're saying isn't progressive, then it's a non-starter. I don't care how popular it is. Like popularity is rarely a qualifier of
let's be honest.
the message.
You look at the top viewed videos on YouTube, is just senseless drivel.
Yeah, exactly.
Like there's a cat video, the video of the cat playing chopsticks. It's got like 20-something million views.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Like, listen, I watch YouTubers that go out into the forest and just don't say anything and just saw on logs and start fires and cook shit. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't say shit. This is all they do. They get thousands of views. They don't say anything. They're not talking to you. But are you learning something? If you watch the dude long enough, you learn it. Like, oh, maybe I'll take my ass out in the woods and do that shit. You know what I mean? But there's
answer our esteemed lady. Question, because she said if OnlyFans is prostitution and so is YouTube. I would say with the caveat of only if you are using an avatar with an exposed side boob to fleece boobs out of a couple of dollars. I would say there's prostitution.
No.
God damn,
niggas tricking on the side boob. So so YouTube.
But I can see how you say it. Me personally, OnlyFans, it wasn't originally for that. It was for artists, or it was for people that had fans to give them exclusive content that they can pay for in real time.
Well, that's where the porn hoes, when they get when the industry chews them up, spits them out. So we ain't making no more videos with you. And then he's like, well, I'm on OnlyFans now.
Yeah, like, but think about it like this, right? If I say these words to you, right? If I say Patreon, what you think? Content creator, right? But if I say, I got OnlyFans, nigga, why you got an OnlyFans? You up here selling dick or something? What are you doing? Like, did you see the perception of something?
The OnlyFans got taken over.
Yes,
by the the adult filmmakers community and shit.
Yeah, and exactly right. So, was OnlyFans originally about that? Is there maybe a section of OnlyFans? Yes, but was always reported that when someone has OnlyFans, it's always about they showing they ass and shit, because that's what generates the most revenue on OnlyFans. Let's just be honest. That's what generates. So it's the perception. Now, is that good for other people that are on the platform? No, that's not. Because is it fair to them? No, it's not. Because they were probably there beforehand. That's just what's got it. The men beg me to stop. That's what they exactly.
Let me stop, man.
But Bob, you know why they come on, Bob. You know why you put all fans, Bob.
But see, that's the thing that we were talking about before. Like, you got this derelict Negro male running around here, talking about, oh man, black women and hoe culture. Like, hoe culture is wholly propped up by men. Like,
that's what it is.
If it wasn't for men, men create the market for hoes.
Yes. Man, come on now. Let's come on.
Yeah, it's demand and supply.
Yeah, like Bob, like I would say this, right? I would say this, right? Like, I know if you do an OnlyFans, you're going to do whatever content that you do on YouTube and however way you do it, right? But most of the time, most guys, right? Yeah. If they're asking for that, they're thinking something else. Where, what I'm saying, it is what it is. It's kind of fucked up, but we kind of, what I'm saying. And I would say maybe a 50% of those guys that are asking for it. Now, the guys that actually follow you, that know what you're about and know what you're going to do, they just want you to start it because they know that's a money making platform and you will be heard more. You would get what you're going to get. Yeah, exactly. Men beg women to provide. Actually, you know what? If literally, right, it has been proven, right? Look at the space. Everybody's complaining about the what's the best way to say it? The avatar with an accent, right?
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
That the avatar with the accent came in and started making money, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the avatar with an accent haven't shown themselves. No one knows who the avatar with the accent is, but the avatar with the accent has made a lot of money, right? Now we know as men, sooner or later, somebody will have to show themselves, right? You get what I'm saying? So what that means is that if a man has to have real content, right? If he's going to step up on YouTube, if a woman has content, right, and she looks presentable, she ain't got to be like super pretty, right? Because there's plenty of female YouTubers that just look average or whatever. You look at the looks department, but they have a following, right? So if a woman and a man going up on a platform where you're showing yourself, a woman will get more of a following. If she has a sunny disposition, if she's more what they would say submissive or acceptable, she will get a bigger audience, men and women alone. So a woman is better to present a woman. Now, why are we like this? And you know why we are like this is because of the subversion of men. Men have subverted other men because of how they portray women, right? You're watching a boxing match, right? You're sitting there seeing two men punch each other in the face. And you know what makes you feel some type of way in between rounds with all that blood and the dude eye look like roast beef? Is a ring girl walking around the sound with ring cards walking around half naked. Right? That's eye candy, right? You go to a car show. You're there to watch this wonderful piece of machinery, but you know what makes that piece of machinery looks great? A half-naked female on that piece of machinery.
Fact.
Laid out on that thing.
Fact.
Smiling. Titties out. You know
wait. Dre, I'll go further. If you look at it, you've been hearing enough, because y'all guys watch in the back a lot of things. And we notice their argument is the sex that sells. So what's the best way to push any message? You get a cute chick.
Yeah.
And it always works every time. And a lot of these niggas not learning. You get me?
Yeah.
At all. That's why they complain, say, what woman invade this space? You're not getting it, dummy. That's what you want.
I'm gonna give you here's the thing, right? Like, here's the crazy part, right? Do you notice how all of the really good-looking teachers are usually in elementary school? Yes. And the further you go in your education, the older and the uglier the teachers start to look.
Hey, but Dre, let me ask you.
Like, I'm just saying.
But I could be wrong. I've discovered this, and I didn't notice this because we all were boys and then we were teenagers. Yeah. Have you noticed when the teenagers or the kids that get a little older, that touch teenagers, and like you said, sometimes teachers get ugly, but even though that same that these same teachers take advantage and
yeah, but well,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but there's a psychology behind it, right? Mm-hmm. Because a prettier woman will have more control over a class of boys, right? So they're tapping into already at a younger age while you're in school, while you're being subverted as a child, right? Because we all know young boys learn differently from girls. Boys have to, they need to be active, right? Boys learn from doing. You have to tire out the body so the mind will come under subjection. Mm-hmm. Girls are better at sitting there and taking in information, right? Girls mentally mature faster than boys, right? That's why, you know, they would always separate the boys from the girls when they would teach, right? That's why all the way up until I think the 50s and the 60s, when they start integrating schools, they separated boys and girls. Like the boys would be on one side of the school, the girls would be on the other side. And sometimes in your cities, they still have a school where it's an all girls high school and it's an all boys high school. They're right next to each other. You get what I'm saying? So now when you have a young boy, he will sit down if the teacher looks good, right? Because his maternal instinct will go into overdrive. She's pretty. She's a female. That feminine nature. She gives me that sunny disposition. She has that soft tone. Oh, let me listen to her, right? And if I don't listen to her, then the other boys in class will give me an aura of you are attacking what you need to protect. Now, what does this do to the young girls in the class? Now their hierarchy is whoever's closest to this woman that looks like this woman, they have to, in fact, that girl gets precedent in the class, so they have to follow suit. So they're showing the social structures of the hierarchy in this whole system. Now, the higher you go, the more you've been subverted to sit your ass down in class as a boy, right? Then when you get to high school, now the teacher's all old with gray hair or whatever, but now she's your elder, right? So you have to protect the elderly. Women, children, then the elderly. They start to put this in your head while you're in the school system when you're young. Then who spends more time teaching children? It's women. Women carry them for 9 months. Men do not imprint themselves on children until the child is actually out of the womb. Women are imprinting themselves on the child up, you know what I'm saying, when conception is made. And furthermore, right, if the man is out in the field working, the woman teaches the child how society moves and what is the standard by the results of the man setting the rules in society, and then she then enforces it. So if the man is no longer in the household, which, you know what I'm saying, due to the fact of his inability to challenge the environment, provide and protect his position in the home, then who is the woman going to listen to? The system. A system of men that look at women as pretty much baby factories, right? It's not a mistake that single parenthood has been pushed ever since the 60s.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? It's been a calculated thing, right? If you have all of these women having these single children by setting it up that it is not in their best interest to have it
society, you know, what the general society of men was stating is that they're not strong enough or economically well-to-do enough to take care or manage a family. You're talking about late 60s, early 70s, you know, just recovering from one war, going right into another one. And so the system had to rapidly condition these women to deal with being a single parent.
Yep.
Do it really fast. And that's why you've seen things play out the way that they played out. You know, that's why, you know, when I re-examine feminism, and though I do have my misgivings about it, at the time for which it was employed, it was absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
You know, you're talking about name me a period of time where America hasn't been in war, and I'll name you that same period of time in which men were economically unsustainable.
But I do. But you know what? You know. There's a funny part about this. You notice every time that America is about to go to war, right, or they go to war, or right, maybe a couple of years before they go to war, right, it's always brewing that there is a internal civil war that's happening. So a war is started externally to bring the country together, in which you send those disgruntled men to war, in which they are broken, they die out, or they come back to nothing. You notice that, right? Like if you look at any time,
Wars are very, costly things, both in, just the monetary side and in human capital.
exactly.
And that's why, a lot of people fail to understand that. How is it that the World War II vets can come back and struggle the way that they struggle? Well, you struggle during the time of peace. I mean, you have your country that just paid for this very costly war, and now you build the economy because the war economy is not a sustainable economy. It's only a short burst of economic growth, and then you're coming into the 60s where you have America's leaders still teetering on the fence of whether or not to enter Vietnam.
Yeah.
And they know it's going to be a costly thing, both in finances and in human capital. And then what happens when the Vietnam vets get back? Well, they come back to nothing. They come back to peace, but they come back to nothing. Why? Because the economy's declined. They had to pay for this expensive war that put people in an economic strain in the household.
And the energy crisis of the 70s too.
Yeah.
What are veterans doing? They're trying to pour into what they know, blue collar jobs. We're similar to what they had when they were in the military. Problem is that by the time we get to the 70s, a lot of these jobs are being exported and outsourced. They're coming back to nothing, and they're told they're at peace. But matter of fact, there's a good book about it. It's called The War at Home. Everybody get that book, the War at Home. Veterans coming back, they come back to nothing because they're coming back to what America has deemed as peace, or what the country has deemed as peace, but it's everything but peaceful because it's still picking up the pieces from the war economy.
Yeah, and not to mention Vietnam was a very unpopular war.
Yeah.
The public is staunchly against it. So they didn't even come home to a hero's welcome.
Oh, whoa, shit. I'm like, if you think about it, like what? It wasn't called the war until like the late 80s. It was called a conflict.
Yeah, the Vietnam conflict. Yep.
Yeah. They didn't call it an actual, and then what? Veterans didn't actually get anything until like the late 80s, early 90s, really?
Actually, the 2000s. Vietnam vets didn't get until 2000s.
To 2000. Yeah.
That ain't funny, but wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But see, what it is America's economy is intricately connected to its ability to execute its imperialist agenda.
It's a republic.
It's about big business.
Well, yeah,
where corporations are use America's military as their muscle to muscle in on new territory and new markets to gain a foothold of market share in emerging third world countries who are moving into first world status.
Well, I've been saying this since I came into YouTube. It's a really funny story if you want to know how it all played out. But France was going to recall all of the gold that it had here in stores in America, and it sent all of the U.S. dollars that it had on a war vessel while it on its way here. That's when you have Nixon announces that we're going off the gold standard. And that boat had to turn around with all of those useless fiat U.S. dollars with France in a very angry position because it looked at America as basically stealing its gold.
Right.
And then that was the rise of this thing called exorbitant privilege, which means that I don't have to have anything to print this dollar out. I don't have to back it with anything. And then we get to Vietnam status. And that's when you really see that the only thing that's backing the U.S. dollar is the U.S. military. And so if the U.S. military falls, so does the U.S. dollar.
Right.
And you're seeing the reduction or the demilitarization of America's foreign assets. I mean,
and that puts them in a very precarious position as China moves into military supremacy.
Or put it like
Because
put
then
it like this,
there's no threat to stop China from calling in their debt. Then
it was about
because if a country attempts to call in their debt, and all America has to do is just blow them off the map, create a pretext for invasion and for war, and just blow them off the map.
I'm not so sure now, because the Asians are very sneaky.
Yeah.
Right.
Where American intelligence used to report that China only had one aircraft carrier, while they were building 6 up under the American intelligence apparatus's nose.
Right.
It used to report that they only had like 100 and something destroyers. Well, the majority of its fleet is destroyers and submarines.
Yeah.
And wholly being built right up under the American intelligence nose. And I actually did an article about 2.5 years ago about the way asymmetrical warfare was going to play out, where they had these self-contained cruise missiles inside of shipping containers that were shipped all the way around the world. In fact, one of the articles talked about how a lot of these shipping containers went to Venezuela. If you remember when Venezuela was going through that thing, and Marco Rubio basically told Maduro that if he didn't play ball, he was going to end up like Gaddafi, right?
Right.
And he had all of these, he had just ordered all of these Russian self-contained, anti-air missile defense missiles that could be placed inside of a shipping container, launched whenever, like on autopilot, and which is why America never did an air bombing or a raid, because they don't. The American intelligence says we don't know where these containers went. We don't even know if they're only in Venezuela.
Yeah,
it could be virtually anywhere.
And here's the other thing. And here's the other thing, right? What people don't realize is that yes, China can do X, Y, Z, such forth, and they have the military, whatever. But here's the problem with China, right? Because China's teetering itself, right? The reason why you see China all over the place, especially on the continent of Africa, is because they don't have really any natural resources to feed themselves.
Exactly.
Right? So that's why they always in somebody else's waters. They always being disputed. They always fishing in a place they ain't supposed to. They're fishing.
They make fake food.
Well, I'll tell you this: that
they make fake
Xi Jinping, or what do you want to call him, Emperor Palpatine, whatever you want to call him.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this: he's one hell of a shogi player.
Oh yeah.
Because you look at the moves that he's made. When you hear me talk about the time when I was on the Horn of Africa, Djibouti Naval Station now belongs to the Chinese. That's a strategic corridor, for the Middle East. Now China has at least for the next 99 years. You have an island in the middle of the Indian Ocean called Diego Garcia.
America lost that lease.
Yeah, America lost that lease, and now it looks like China's probably going to be leasing that for the next 99 years.
Now you think China's men or they patriarchy could be doing that if they were sitting there worried about what Chinese women was doing, man?
Well, I'll tell you this: even when China was going through its 100,
bitch.
Even when China was going through its 100 years of fame, it never made women the target of any kind of state backlash.
Right.
Because you got to remember when Mao came into power, it was all about organizing and stratifying the males of society.
Right.
Because he said we need an army.
Yep. No.
And what happened was after he stratified the males, and he naturally selected them to lead the People's Communist Party of China. What happens? They just created policies such as the one child policy, which, it depends on how you look at it, greatly disadvantaged women or greatly disadvantaged families in general.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, gave them one of the most solid, ground invasion forces the world has ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that one child policy, what happened was families would typically prefer a male child or prefer to keep a male child because just because they had a one child policy doesn't mean that abortion was outlawed.
Yeah.
All of this whole time, abortion was completely legal.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, if you actually start looking at it, have you seen for a time you thought it was weird, but you accepted as reality, where you would see a Chinese girl and she said, "These are my parents," and they happen to be white.
Mm.
Right?
Well, yeah. During the time of during the time Mao comes into power, you have to remember the remnants of the French were still there, remnants of the Soviets were still there, remnants of the British, the Americans, the Germans, and everyone because they tried to do to China the same thing they did to Africa, carve it up, and Mao organized these men to take those prefectures back over.
Mm-hmm.
The last linchpin was Hong Kong, which he wasn't able to do in his lifetime. But eventually, I think it was 1997, 1998, they were able to get it back from the Brits.
Yeah. Yep. And Macau. Hong Kong.
Yeah. Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I think America had Taiwan, right?
Yeah, America's been Taiwan's been in a proxy power of America for since before the Vietnam War.
Yep. That's why when people would see things like, what I'm saying, where it wasn't unnerving. Remember when we was growing up, you would look at the bottom of something like some bullshit toy from the dollar store. It would say made in Japan for a while, then it would say made in Taiwan, then
made in Malaysia.
Made in Malaysia, Indonesia. Then you got to the point where it just kept saying made in China. That's when you, on that timeline, if you recollect things around the time, and then you take history and look at when Mao was actually pushing his agenda, then you can see it through the economic standpoint. But
the thing was when he stratified the men, what he did was he made mandatory military service, which was like the hallmark of his reign. Mandatory military service. Every male child from 16 on will serve in the military for at least 3 years.
No,
and Serene, I want to say this important, that when a lot of dudes in this sector, in this space, when they think, say, America, we don't have to do that, military mandatory. And I'm thinking it should, because think about this. If they made it mandatory here in America, we won't have the problems we have right now. Then now with the fitness, because now it's going to prove right there, if you're not even able to pass the basic fitness at age 16, we could do it, but other non-black people or,
Well, you look at the white boys having a hard time passing the basic combat fitness exam, to a point to where the assistant commandant of the Marine Corps and then the 3-star general of the Army come out basically said that obesity was a national security threat. Now they're not saying that because of niggas.
No, they say that for their own people, because they know say if there's not them that's the head of the military.
Even though white males are only 48% of the military now.
Yeah, I think it's now. I think it's down to. I think it's like 45 now. Because I think it says really that black women's gonna be now.
Yeah, that report's reports like that you're gonna start seeing them around March, April, where you'll see black women now the majority group of women in the military. You're gonna see those reports come out around March.
And that is a shame. That is a shame, man.
Yeah,
That's
it's a shame, especially when you're talking about, you know, a black man, you know, criticizing what this black woman doing, and she's the majority female in the military.
yeah.
Uh,
You can't tell niggas that, you know,
well, it's significant. Well, and the reason why I'm saying that's significant is because now when you're talking about, you know, upper mobility in the military and command positions that go to females, now there's a greater chance that, you know, there's going to be a black female in a command position, especially if they're more than half of the females in the military. Even with them being at, you know, with females in general being at like, you know, 14, 15 or 16%, something like that. You know, the issue is that, you know, black males should be at least half, if not more, of the military.
Look at that. Military, number one. And you can't tell this American Negro to say you gotta bring your black ass in the military, one of the top positions of power. He said, oh hell no. But then when your women do it, that's a bad look. Ain't this something? Ain't this something? But anyway, guys, this is good. I would like to slowly end it here because the stream has been lengthy enough. Any last words or to close out on a strong note for those listening to?
I'm just saying, I want to know who is this motherfucker with this bison hat on. Every time I look online to look at anything, right, it's a motherfucker with this bison hat. He's taking pictures. It's like he the poster child for these damn crazy white folk. Now, you know, my last thoughts is there's an article, 4 dead after pro-Trump rioters stormed the Capitol, 1 shot dead and 3 die of medical emergencies. You know, if they said because of Rona, you know, so they just gonna say medical emergencies. But yeah, appreciate it, man. Thank you for having me, man. Great stream.
All right, you're welcome.
Oh, yeah,
And
you're good.
Really great. The head leader of the Gray regime. Any last remarks or words? I know this is January, and normally this is a time month you go for the fiscal year, but you take a different direction this year. So, any words you want to give to the?
Well, I'll say, you know, let them have the cesspool. You know, we're trying to do more fun things. You know what I mean? Like, we're trying to live the unbothered lifestyle. Like, I don't need any more graves.
Hey, but your name is Serena Gray, so we got gray hair. You know, it's a good sign. You know, let's say I've been gone for a lot, son. See these gray hairs? But your name is Gray, so don't worry about the last name. See these gray hairs? This is stress. From there we
yeah, I'll say, and is salute to the nation. Yeah, keep up a good work. Peace out.
All right. That's Serena Gray, people. And I thank everybody for participating in today's stream. This is gonna be it's gonna be a very interesting season. I'm not sure what stores for me for season 3. Is that I'm gonna do some different things a little bit. As you know, this was lengthy. Most of my podcast is a little short in this, but yes, really. Yeah. I'm still gonna experiment certain things to get a different outcome. Oh, how you doing, Sir Anthony? What's good? Oh yeah, I appreciate it. Oh, I'd like to thank Miss Kai for the donation to the stream. I think what I probably might start doing, depending on the donations, I'm probably gonna have to reinvest into this channel. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna try some things to, I guess, bring the quality of Chaos Reign a little better. Or it probably is better, but it could be much improved. Nonetheless, you know, you, the fans, or people that watch and contribute, do make this channel a little bit more relevant, popping, and, you know, interesting. But one last thing. I am thinking of and needing some show ideas from the people that do watch the playback. Leave a comment. I'll read it and I'll put note in regards to the ideals. It could be about anything, but like I said, moving forward, there's gonna be a split between the uploads. So we expect mostly Mondays will be uploads of shows that I'm trying to catch up on another broadcast, and Friday always is the premieres of anything that I've done for those to listen to. So be on the lookout for all those and other notifications. When I go live, it's gonna be. I still haven't figured out a certain day when I go live, but like I said, if you hit the subscribe button, hit the top bell, you know when I go live. So most conversations are gonna get more interesting or more fun. But like always, tune in. That's the best answer I can give those. The best is yet to come. So I'm gonna play this for y'all walking out the doors. Let it chaos. Reign.